How's it going, everybody? I got news from the control booth. We got a bit of an update from the Violent Hams. They provided a new single or a new sample to use in an upcoming song. So we're going to play it now to kick things off. Thanks for watching the Ham Radio Crash Course After Chat. All right, so there's a little hint of a new track from the Violent OMs. That particular sample was pulled off of 14.313 megahertz. So if anybody knows where that comes from or knows that frequency, yes, that is the person who lent his voice to my sample because he can't help it. Because he's on the air and I can record it and definitely make music on it. So thank you for being who you are and making great samples for me to make music on. Really do appreciate it. And I've got more from that individual because he's always out there and he's always talking to somebody about crazy things. Anyway, guys, we welcome to the Ham Radio Crash Course After Chat. You're watching this also on YouTube. This is something we started recently. I normally do this on Twitch, so if you want to watch me on Twitch, that's cool too. If that's your preferred platform, I am Ham Radio Crash Course on Twitch as well. Or you just watch me on here on YouTube is fine. These go a little bit long. I'm not even in the Discord yet. Okay, these go a little bit long, so you're under no obligation to watch all of these, but there's a lot of content that gets covered. And what we try and do, particularly right up front, so if you had to focus on a part that you might want to watch, it's right in the beginning because we try and answer people's questions regarding ham radio right up front. We've got Steve, KM9, oh boy, now it's going to kill me. How did I screw that one up? Steve, temporarily offline, is going to be in the chat with us. I don't know how I screwed up his call sign. But we'll answer all your questions on kit building, and that is, we're going to try and do that right up front, so make sure you join us out there. KM9G, jeez, God, I don't know why I couldn't remember that. But anyway, let's hop into the Discord, and we'll get this whole thing kicked off. So here we go. Oh, checking this. Set to whatever you like. I'll give you PTT free. Steve, hang tight. I'm going to give you PTT free here, but go ahead and hop in there and we'll get you sorted out. All right, so let me dive in.
Satellites. Now, it does have to have 3 fixed satellites, but honestly, there's, like, in general, I'll have 6 to 10 that I can see with an outdoor antenna. So my clock, and it's just a stupid Raspberry Pi and a little, like, dongle that's coming into it. But, well, and the dongle includes that extra 1 PPS. But with those two pieces of information, man, you can create your own NTP server in your house that's a Stratum Zero clock. It's better than anything that's on the internet.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hey,
loud and clear.
Did we get Steve,
Loud
you on
and
there?
clear.
Steve, you got your mic cleared? I cleared you for PTO. You should be good. You should be good to just talk if you're listening. Okay, well, we'll hang tight for Steve. Yeah, generally because we got so many people into the after chat. By the way, link in the description for the Discord. It is a voice chat system. You can do text if you want. You join us out there, and we'll answer your questions live to the best of our abilities. But we got a lot of smart folks in here, so make sure to
I'm
hop
in
in.
now.
Oh, good. Okay, you're all set. You should be good. No PTT, but if you want to use a PTT, that is okay too. All right, so we've got Steve temporarily offline, joined us on the after chat earlier. And so, what I would like to do to take the best advantage of the time, obviously, Steve is welcome to stay as long as he likes, but I would love to point as many questions for kit building towards Steve. So, if there's anybody in the chat that would like to ask Steve a question regarding kit building or maybe just dealing with electronics and all that fun stuff, love to have you just dive in right now and go for it. So, anybody out there?
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Could you possibly post up some links of different places to get some of the cool kits that people might be interested in building?
Sure. Where would I post those for y'all?
Right here in the chat.
The live dash stream. If you go to live dash stream is the text chat with the alpha character.
Alpha.
Hashtag.
Because I know about QRP guys, but I'm sure there's other ones out there that might be some really cool things. I'm kind of done building antennas. I built tons of antennas. I want to start building bigger stuff now and more complicated stuff.
I'll drop the one in for QRP guys because I was already in the middle of typing it.
Yeah, QRP guys is probably to me one of the better ones. I really like their kits, and the instructions are really good. With that said, 4 States QRP is also one of my favorites. 4 States QRP is like, I don't know. There's something about their radios. They're quirky and they're really cool. I'll pull them up on the web actually right now just so you guys can take a look at them. All of the radios that they offer, which it's got a very much ham radio web 1.0 look to it, but let's pull that up so you guys can take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, QRP guys is great if you're just getting started and want some inexpensive, cool little kits to kind of learn your way around. But
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, so 4 States QRP. Look at the offerings they have. They've got the Cricket. They have an end-fed half-wave. I mean, that's just a Toroid basically, or an Unon. Dummy load, the Novu 75 amplifier. I think 75A is their voice transceiver. They have a Bayou jumper. The Bayou jumper is actually based off of the Parasect radio. No, that's not what I want. I just want to view the image. Anyway, it's like a old school CW spy radio kind of that ilk, and you can buy that as a kit, and you can buy it with the wood box and all that. The Marania though is actually really really cool. Just yeah, there you go. That's just a receiver, and it's got like, I don't know, Fallout type vibes with that LED right there. Isn't that cool? I don't know. I like the whole all of that going on there. And
it's very retro.
Yeah, and it's built on PCBs. It's literally a folded up case around PCBs, and they're relatively well priced. $42 for a receiver is pretty good, and it's a kit, so you build it yourself. Hilltopper is probably their most functional radio. The Hilltopper is not an easy radio to build, but it is very functional. Entirely based off of Morse code, though, so you have to know Morse code to be able to even operate it, because everything is given to you in Morse code characters. So anyway, Steve, yeah, what are your thoughts? Go for it.
Yeah, so I mean, I put some links in the chat, and then also I do a lot of stuff on the retro computer side of things. So I'm putting down Etsy. They have the 60 clone, which is the Commodore 64 kit that I built. I'm trying to think of the RC 2014 is another small computer you can play with. They have a bunch of other kits out for the Commodore products. Now you can get what they call a mini PET, which is a clone of the original PET, and it's mini because it's small, but it'll actually fit into an original PET case. So if you wind up just seeing a PET case that's a disaster, you can get this mini PET and shove it in there. So it's pretty neat. I mean, I got my start because I found a 6-pack of Commodore computers on eBay that were all in various states of disrepair, and I'm like, it's like $130 for one. It's $130 for 6 broken ones. What have I got to lose?
Right.
And just jumped right in, and I came away with 5 working computers, which I then turned around and sold for $160 a piece. So it worked out.
That's a really good flip story. There you go.
Yeah.
So there is money in old tech if you can get the wherewithal to build it up yourself.
Plus, he made videos on each of the 6 that he fixed. Very fascinating stuff.
Yeah, and then one of them I couldn't fix, which is what led me down the path of the 60 clone. There was a machine where the PCB itself was falling apart. It started to delaminate with age, and I tried doing jumper wires, and then I had way too many jumper wires. Like I'm jumpering RAM chips to other RAM chips to get them to work. Which started making progress, and at less than 1 megahertz speed, it wasn't hurtful to the performance of the machine. Like you couldn't do that on a modern Core i7 processor today.
No.
But back then you could do that. And I'm like, screw this. I'm just getting the 60 clone board and built the whole thing up from scratch. And the board is bright red PCB instead of the green. And that was a lot of fun.
Very good. Very cool. All right. So again, let's go in the chat. Anybody there with a question for Steve? We'd love to have it since we got him and want to take advantage of his time for kit building. And we can expand that outside of kit building as well if you just have questions for Steve too. So go on in there, guys. Got any questions?
What's a good kit for learning
I
how
got a question over
how
here.
toroids work?
Learning how toroids work, that would probably be an NFET half-wave kit or a manual tuner kit.
Yeah.
The NFET half-wave is going to give you 1 toroid. It's going to be a 49-to-1 or something similar, but traditionally they're 49-to-1. And our kit that we sell is the NFET half-wave kit. Adam, I see Adam's on here. He's got an NFET half-wave kit that's a little more macho than ours is because it's smaller. But our kit doesn't go into a lot of instructions on like the theory of operation. It just goes into how to build it. And we probably should spend some time writing up like what a toroid, what an unon, what a balun actually does, because that was something that stumped me for a while. And the short answer there is that your NFET half-wave at the feed point is 2,450 ohms, which is 49 times greater than what your radio wants to see at 50. And so this thing transforms, which is another name for this thing, a transformer, transforms the impedance from 2,450 down to 50 to make your radio happy.
So, Steve, real quick, where do people pick up the car antenna? Because I know you mentioned it a couple of times. I don't want to make sure you get the links all squared away.
Yeah. So we, I like the QRP guys a lot, and so we decided to call ourselves the Barefoot Guys for the antenna site. So if you go to thebarefootguys.com, you can find it. And if you just go to barefootguys.com, I'm not responsible. It's thebarefootguys.com.
I blame.
No. Specifically when I'm talking about building toroids, I also want to learn how to like measure them.
Okay.
That makes any sense? So is there kits that go into that?
Yeah, so the next thing up on the list would be Nano VNA. It's a $50 deal, and that will get you the ability to measure them. And then Smitty Halibut has a new kit that he built, and Jim W6LG just did a video on it as well. It's a toroid test bench.
Ooh.
So you'll be able to mount up your toroids and connect them to your Nano VNA and figure out if they're doing the thing. So as another example down that path, I have a doublet antenna that I built, and I want to know what the feed point impedance is, and I want to build a transformer for it. So I'm right there with you. I got to measure that mismatch, and then I got to create the transformer, and then I got to measure the transformer to make sure I did the thing the right way, and then it'll be a little bit easier to tune. I mean, you need a tuner with a doublet anyway, but now it'll be easier for the tuner to do its job.
Doesn't Ape have some videos on that stuff?
A lot of videos. If you want to know anything about the Nano VNA, you go ask Ape. The Smoking Ape on YouTube. No G.
Updating all the links there. So appreciate you posting that, or let me know. coffeeandhamradio.square.site or thebarefootguys.com is the other way to find it. That's probably the easier way to find it. So
yeah, just be careful to do the Barefoot Guys. Anything else we're not responsible.
You're on your own. Yeah. Okay, I get where you're going with that. Okay.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't know it was a thing until now.
Got it. Okay, so let's open it. There was another person in there with a question, so go with the other person with the question that had one.
Hey, Steve, this is Bob. Thanks for talking to me this morning about the GD88. But I have a question about your Commodore 64 clone, because that sounds pretty cool. I had a Commodore 64 back in the day, but where do you get that kit at?
It's on Etsy. Let me pull up the link for it, and you can find it on my temporarily offline retro tech channel.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
The guy actually took the original schematics and an original board and painstakingly drew it out. This is a line by line clone. This is not a modern replacement with modern parts. It is accurate.
It's a love letter to Commodore. The time that he spent. That's crazy.
Yeah, there it is.
That's pretty impressive, though. The amount of time that probably took that guy.
Yeah, so I dropped a link in there, and he's done the Commodore 64, and he's also done, I think, the Amiga 500.
Really?
And this is this guy's passion, and he just does this. And then somebody else has made a website where you can kind of click on a part, and it'll tell you like what goes in that hole, or you can click on the part name, and it'll tell you what hole it goes in. It'll like light it up on the board for you to see it, which is pretty neat too. And I go over all of that.
Does he do anything with Sinclairs or anything like that?
I don't know, but I also recently just built a ZX81 on my channel. I had a new old stock kit that I found on eBay, unbuilt original kit. And that, if I was looking at computers back in the day, I probably would not have been impressed with that at all. But looking in, 2020 hindsight, that's a pretty amazing little device.
It is. The Sinclairs are awesome. I think I really like them. I like all the retro computers, but the Sinclair always had like a soft spot. Something about the super spongy keys. Like, could you actually sit down and program on that? Like, I know people did like long into the late night, but man, what painful. A crazy world. Yeah, it's super painful.
Yes, my favorite video ever is this guy, Hajalpi. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. HJA. LFI. It's probably just Yalpi or something like that in whatever the native language is. And it's like Yalpi programs a ZX81, and as he's writing the program, the computer's running out of memory because it's got 1K total.
Yeah.
And he's got the techniques, and he's making a simple like bounce the ball off the wall. That's all it does. You release the ball, it bounces off the wall, you hit it with the paddle, and it bounces off the wall again. That's it. And he doesn't have enough memory to do it, and he's got all of these optimization techniques. And he's got out a piece of scratch paper because the way the computer was designed, like a variable name itself takes up memory space.
Right.
Then assigning the variable takes up memory space. But once the variable is assigned, you can undefine the variable and the data is still there. So you don't need the code that created it. So
you just
now
need
freed up that space.
You just have to know the actual reference point for the memory location.
Yeah, so it's basic programming. So like line 10, A equals 12, and now A is set, and you can reuse line 10 and get rid of that piece of code, and the variable still exists in memory.
Yeah,
and it's just like watching him run out of memory as he's coding is awesome.
That's so cool. I am always awed by the complexity that people will go by making like old school stuff like work. Because I mean, keep in mind, guys, again, I always like to point this out. A lot of the satellites that are in orbit have been up there for over 10 years in some cases, and they are. Well, actually, we go even further than that, like 20 years in some cases. They're really old. And they're working on systems that, like, you've got to be really good in how to deal with that. So it's a skill. It definitely is.
Yeah, I had one of those original Timex Sinclairs, and I got the 16K module for it.
Yep.
And that thing would bring the thing to a crawl. It would slow it down so bad.
Because you got to be a sloppy programmer then. You could... instead of optimizing your code, you could just take up memory space. No big deal. We got plenty. Nobody will need more than 16K.
Yes.
Geez, how hasn't that been our case in our entire lives, Steve? We've seen. Yeah, geez.
Well, I mean, so I think it was like when Windows 95 first came out, Microsoft adopted the mantra of you can just buy a faster computer. We're going to take every bit of performance we can and bring every bit of innovation that we can.
Yeah.
And you will just suck it up.
We're going to keep smashing the boy with more code, more software that will force you to upgrade just merely because the operating systems gets more bulky and provides more features, arguably, but that's up to you to claim. Very good. Okay, let's keep the train going for Steve and anybody in there that wants to jump in with some thoughts too on kit building, because everybody's got their own way to do it. I definitely have my own way, so I love the thoughts that Steve provided and his ideas, and I think they're really good. So, anybody else in there with a question or comment for Steve, go forward now, please.
Can I ask you a real quick question, Josh?
Ask me? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, the reason is, so should we be dropping links in the live stream chat or the one that's associated with the live stream channel? Because I think one of them, the links go out over the other two, like YouTube and Twitch, and the other one doesn't. Is that correct?
Yeah, so please use Discord for your links. Put it in the live-stream, the hashtag live-stream, if you have a link. If you try and post it on YouTube, it's not going to go because I generally have links blocked on YouTube. Unless you're... Now, you have been anointed, Don, so you're now a mod on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw that. I appreciate it.
You can do that, yeah. So you were one of the first ones who was like, porn bot. And we're like, well, I'll just let Don handle this. Let's go.
Well, the reason I'm asking is Steve is dropping them in the other chat. And so I don't think they're going out to everybody.
Repost his links to hashtag live-stream. Steve, that's where you want to be. Live-stream is the text chat that matches everything that's going on, including the YouTube and Twitch chat.
Sorry, I didn't. I just wanted to do that.
Good clarification. Good clarification. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it. All right. So as far as kits go,
Steve.
Yeah, go for the question. Thanks. Go for it.
Hi, Steve. This is KF0HWV. So do you like tactical kits in a box, or do you prefer a backpack type one? Which do you think is better?
I have a fetish for awesome, interesting, useful bags of all flavors, and I like to have the radio itself and all of its accessories except for the antenna, and sometimes depending on the radio except for the power supply, but I'm not 100% there yet. So I want to be able to grab my antenna bag, grab my radio of the day, the flavor of the day, and go operate. So I have a lot of different kits for that. Like my Zygu X6100, I went really deep on that radio when it first came out, and I have this awesome little 7-inch Garmin GPS case that holds the radio, the microphone, the power cable, the USB cable, a paper logbook, a pen, and all of that will fit inside of my regular backpack that I take with me everywhere I go. So all I need is an antenna, and I'm done, because that radio has the ability to run Linux, and it has a built-in battery and a built-in antenna analyzer and a very good antenna tuner.
Yep.
If I were to give you a situation scenario that I go through, could you tell me if I'd want to do a box or a backpack, or no?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm still in high school, and I try to operate as much as I can on local work and field trips. And so I was thinking maybe build a bag kit and then just stick up like what Josh reviewed a while back with those J-pole VHF antennas. Would that be good, or would I want it an actual deployable box?
So I guess it really depends on what your radio is and how big the radio is. If you look at the Tech Prepper on YouTube, he's got a man-pack radio setup. It's not a full-size, laptop-size, school bag-size backpack, but it is backpackable. And inside that, he's got a battery. He's got the antennas that he needs. He has the radio mounted inside of a pack frame. So you unzip the top of the backpack, turn the radio on, and start operating once you plug the antenna in. So that sounds more like what you're looking for. Another thing that I would consider is how much of a wow factor can you bring to entice other people to, ooh, what's that thing? What are you doing? Who are you talking to? And so, again, I'll talk back about the X6100 with its color screen and waterfall display and things along those lines. That brings a little bit more of a wow factor compared to an FT891. The FT891 is a better transceiver. Mm-hmm. It has better noise cancellation features. It has the better ability to pull out different signals. It has 100 watts versus 10 watts, but it doesn't have that, ooh, look at that feature that the X6100 or the ICOM 705 has.
Now, I will add that when I drag the Go box out on a POTA, people will stop and be like, what are you doing? because I've got multiple radios in the 7300, and there's a speaker, so it's super loud. There's lights coming off of it. People will stop and be like, dude, what are you doing? We're just trying to hike and mountain bike out here. What is actually going on? So people will stop if you put up a go box, but if that's not a draw, like if you just want a good get in the field and go nuts, like I don't disagree with Steve. Actually, put everything. Have a bag. Like, I mean, there's no reason you can't have a backpack that has a power supply, meaning a battery, a decent radio, and all the accoutrement, microphone, Morse code key, even an antenna. There's no reason why you can't have a Coffee and Ham Radio's antenna or a K6ARK antenna just in your bag. But then you could have like a buddi-stick Pro as like something you lug along with that too, right? And then you just got a good backup antenna, so you're never without the capability to get on the air.
All right, thanks. And Steve, did you say that was the Tech Prepper on YouTube that you were talking about just a second ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tech Prepper, all one word.
Okay, and then if I were to, this is kind of a question for whoever wants to grab it first. If I were to put a link in the live stream chat, could you tell me if it's a good radio or not? I just found it and I think it's kind of cool.
Oh, I would love to pull that up on the web and take a look at it. So yeah, go for it. Drop it. I'll pull it up on the live stream right now. You got to post it on the Discord though, so I can see it.
Did you get it, Josh?
Yeah, I got it. Hold on, let me pull it up. So it is the PowerWork 750 dual band VHF UHF for $350. That's not bad. If you just want to do VHF UHF analog stuff, that'll be fine. It's fairly wide banded too from the looks of it. It's outside the ham bands. So
it looks like an Anytone.
Yeah,
it's
from
basically
what
an
I
Anytone.
gathered, it does. Yeah, that's what I gathered off of it, and then that comes to a second question: could I run my ham radio stuff on ham frequencies only, and then also program? I work for a construction outfit that uses Part 90 channels. Could I also program those into it and transmit and receive on both of those? Or will someone call the FCC and I get in trouble?
Well, so it depends on what those frequencies are, if it's even physically possible for the radio to do it. But then the second answer is technically that's illegal. At the same time, nobody's really coming after you. Because
nobody's going to catch you on that.
Nobody cares. The FCC is not monitoring the way they used to, and most of this is line of sight. So unless you're actively doing something to infringe upon first responders or people who actually hold private, frequency allocations, then generally the FCC doesn't really care. Tammy Webb, thank you so much for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
So Wyatt had a really interesting point that he had added to that, and I don't know if you picked up on that, but it sounds like those frequencies outside the ham bands were frequencies that his business that he worked for was licensed to operate on. So the thing you brought up about interfering is spot on. If you were to operate on someone else's business's frequency that you don't have permission to be on, they will yell at you, and depending on how much trouble you cause, that will raise some hackles and get you in some trouble there.
Yeah.
But if you were using a radio to talk to your boss, to do your boss's bidding like you're supposed to, like a good employee, what's he going to complain about?
Yep.
I heard you better. You used the 50-watt radio instead of the 5-watt radio I bought you. Shame on you for doing such a better job.
Hey, let's go to K6ARK really fast. He says he has that radio. What do you think of it, Adam?
I think it's a decent radio. So I actually bought it for the search and rescue team to use. I'm building a base station box for the search and rescue team. So one of my requirements for that was that the radio be Part 90 certified, which that radio is. And I assume that's why the person asking the question was taking a look at that specific radio. And I think my biggest and kind of only real complaints about it are that it's the usability is not the best. I think I would say you're probably better off going with an ICOM IC2730 and not having the Part 90 certification. like the others said, if you really want to transmit out of band and use it on commercial frequencies, nobody's probably going to care, but you might want to check with your boss first, because if anyone cares, it might be your company, and they might get pissed off if they find out you're doing something that could cause them theoretically to potentially lose their commercial business license.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. One more question. I think I'm done bugging you guys. So I have a 1998 Dodge Ram 2500 pickup truck. And I was looking around at it after watching your video, Josh, on mobile installs.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to get out of it for antennas and power is through the firewall. There's no other, there's nothing in the back to where I could pop a little O-ring or something and run coax out of. So
yeah, it's easy peasy.
Would it be a good idea? Would it work to run it through there and then use what's called a no drill fender mount, where it just takes the bolts that are already on your frame, hook an antenna to it, and would that work just fine?
Yeah, absolutely. You can also use something called a lip mount. A lip mount on the hood of the truck. You just go on the opposite side of the FM AM, antenna for the radio in the truck. Just run your coax and the control power cable, whatever you need to run through the firewall, run it out. And then just mount it up on the hood for VHF, UHF. Again, on the other side from the FM AM, although it's really not that big a deal. But just use a lip mount, and then make sure that when you get that lip mount, as Gordo will tell you, get rid of that little strip of metal. You don't need that. You only need that if it's bare metal that it's butting up against. But what you want to use is to take those Allen screws and screw it all the way through the paint. Go all the way in and through the paint until it makes a good connection to bare metal. So it's basically using the hood as the ground plane for your VHF, UHF antenna, and you'll be great. You'll have a great time with it.
Josh, comment also.
Let's go with. I barely heard the other comment, but come back with the first comment. Go ahead.
If you're talking about me,
sorry.
it's first
Let's go, Richard, and then N3. What was it? N3MFL. I can barely hear you, so you got to bump your volume. So go ahead, Richard.
Yeah. Good evening, guys. First, what year Dodge pickup was that?
Yeah, it's a 98 Dodge Ram 2500.
Okay, if you look up in the firewall, there should be rubber. They look like drain stoppers. You pop that out and cut a slit in there. You can drop your wires in there. Pop it back in. You've got your wires protected from rubbing against metal. So keeps from skinning them up there. Otherwise, you might dive under the cabin and look for a similar stopper through the floorboard, which will be right under the seat. You'll have to pull the floor mat up to get to it.
There you go. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much. Oh, and also, how's my audio? My internet's crap, and I got a new microphone. How's my audio? How am I sounding?
Sounds crispy. Sounds good. Let's N3MFL. Did you get that audio sorted out? Do you want to add a point to that?
Yeah, is that better?
Much better. Go for it.
All right. So on the same the last gentleman said, underneath the carpets of Ford, Chevy, GM, you have drain holes. Usually they're where the axis is to the body bolt screws or bolts that mount it to the frame. Usually there's an access cover. We usually just cut a slot in there, run the wires through, and right along the frame and up to where you have to go.
What I like to do is take my hammer drill with a good step bit, and I just like to dive right into the firewall. That's what I like to do. That's the pro tip. No center punch either. I let that thing walk all over the place until it finds where it needs to go, because it's like a dowsing rod for where the hole should be if you look at it that way.
Josh, you're terrible.
No acetylene torch? Why don't you use an acetylene torch?
Right. Just cut with heat. You got it. Now you're thinking.
You're a monster.
He's a very large monster.
Yeah. No center punch. Nobody messes with that. Come on now. Get yourself some Harbor Freight step bits and just hog that thing out, bud. That's how you do it right there. All right. Let's see. I still want to get any questions for Steve. Steve's going to hang out for a little while, but I want to make sure we get questions for him. Kit building. Otherwise, we got a lot of people in here that build kits. So if anybody has any questions, please just dive in.
I have a question.
Don is now at a 7-Eleven. Go for it, Don.
So, Steve or Josh, either one.
Sure, anyone.
How do you do you guys ever use Tindy? Because I look at that stuff and there's a lot of interesting things there that look like good kits, but I don't know which ones would be good or which of these guys actually will ship and that kind of stuff. So just curious.
Let me jump in really quick just to say I learned about Tindy through you, Don. So I'm going to let Steve go because I found it. I was like, because of you, and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty cool. But Steve, have you had good luck with Tindy? Go for it.
I have, but Tindy is the same thing as Etsy. It's the same thing as eBay. You're dealing with a store company that then enables people like you and me to create our own stores. So the 60 clone came off of Tindy, and I've had no problems with it whatsoever. But you have to kind of look at the seller, see how many kits they've sold, see if anybody else is making them. And again, if it sounded like the $20 range, take a risk. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, I've seen some things on there that's like, wow, that looks like a really neat kit. Oh, wait a minute, it ships from, some small town out of Europe, and I'm like, do these guys? I mean, do they really? Will you really get anything? But I haven't risked it yet, and I was just kind of curious what y'all's experience has been. But I should dive in and try something sometime.
It's kind of a Wild West, right? It feels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's like pre-Etsy.
Yeah, I mean, here you go. Let's get our an ET extraterrestrial electronic keychain. That's what we want,
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. That's a thing we can get off of Tindy. There's a ton of cool kits though, but right.
You can filter by ham radio. I've done that.
Yeah.
And by the way, just real quick, Steve, I built that kit that you recommended to check the power on the QDX, and man, that was a great kit. But that toroid was worse than anything I have ever done in a kit.
Yeah.
It not winding, because you just wind one side and then wind the other. But then they want you to run these two little tiny wires through it after it's already soldered on the board and soldered those down into the board. And that was the hardest thing I think I've ever had to do. But it works.
Oh, and the one loop for the secondary, right?
SWR bridge.
Yeah. I actually I had an okay time with that. I just used the needle nose pliers and just heated it and stripped it with the scouring pad or the steel wool, and then just kind of like boop, dove it through.
No.
Yeah.
No, not the QDX. No. This is the tuner dummy load.
Okay.
And that one.
Wait, no, it's the truSDR. The truSDX has that. Sorry, I'm mixing all my kits right now.
Yeah, this one, you have a binocular toroid.
Yep.
And you do 12 winds through one side of it,
wow,
and 12 on the other. That's no big deal. And then you solder it in this really weird way. Like two of the leads go into one hole, and then the other side, there's one lead in each hole. But then the primary winding is no winding at all. It's a stripped piece of wire that you feed through the hole from one side to the other, and the holes are right next to the toroid. So you have to strip that thing and somehow, and I used needle nose pliers and kept screwing around with it, and I finally got one side through the hole, soldered it, and then had to do the same thing on the other side. And that took a long time to get those things to just feed through the hole, because you can't move the toroid around. It's already soldered on. It's just a pain. But I got it done, and the thing works beautifully. And I 3D printed the case, and man, that thing looks nice now.
So D.I. Wisby has sent a super chat, so thank you for the super chat. 556, an acceptable round. Not my favorite round, but acceptable. I'll go to Steve. What is a good kit for someone who has never built anything before? Steve, that's a good one. I don't think I
Never
ask it
built
that way, but yeah, what do you think?
anything before.
Anything.
Well,
There was
I
that
mean,
that Morse code key I did that's just screws. Like just screws, no
yeah,
solder, just that, just like doing that. That's one way.
yeah. There's a couple of 3D printed kits that you can get that are like that. But I mean, how are you going to know that it works? I guess you can. I mean, it's an on-off switch, so I mean, you just run a multimeter to it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, don't be afraid to get a kit that's more than you think it would be, more difficult than you think you can handle, and level up through the kit. Like a 49er or a Pixie kit, they're pretty tight builds, like physically tight builds. And if you can't make it work, you've got enough of a support network here with us that we'll be able to get you through and make it work.
Yeah, and Steve Scott's got a great suggestion.
It's like less than $10 for a Pixie. So who cares if you screw it up? It's really
get two.
Yeah, you're gonna spend more on the tools to build the thing. A good soldering iron is probably gonna cost you somewhere between $60 and $100. So by the time you're all in on that, the Pixie's probably like, who cares? We'll build 3 of them if we have to.
Yeah, but
I mentioned the Cartena, and I think the Cartena is a fantastic first kit to build.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, build yourself a good end fed. Believe it or not, that gives you both things. It gives you I love Steve's comment on sewing. The sewing a toroid. You got to sew a toroid for an and then you're also putting a capacitor on there. So it's going to give you. It's not technically through-hole pad soldering like you do with a PCB, but it is definitely a little fiddly bit that you got to figure out how to make it connect. And so that's a true kit in the truest sense, I think.
yeah, and the antennas are so easy to like measure to see that you've done it and that you've got a working thing at the end of the kit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Yeah, that to me is just a brilliant suggestion. You have to solder, all of those little things that you have to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, love it. All right, very good. All right. Anybody else? Questions for Steve on kit building? And otherwise, we'll just start opening up to just general ham radio, which, by the way, Steve, it can also answer those questions. So
I know a thing or two. Yeah.
You do. So we're just happy to have Steve out here today. So anybody with a question, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ed. This is at AC3IK. I have a quick question. I just put a link in the chat. Steve, is there anything in the market with regards to the Texas Instruments, the TI-99 4A clones? Because it's like when you talked about the Commodore 64, it made me think about that, owning one of those in the 80s.
Oh,
I saw the link, and I had a TI-99 4A myself. Talk about a weird computer architecture. That was actually a mini computer that was scaled down to be a home computer, and then Commodore put them out of business on that line. Commodore just kept lowering their price, and it was like a $500 computer, the TI-99 4A, when it first came out. And Commodore was like, nope, we're going to sell ours for $199. And TI was like, crap. I guess we're selling ours for like $79 now or something. And they just couldn't get the market share up. That was my first computer, was the TI-99 4A.
Yeah, and I actually bought a TI Professional, if you ever saw one of those.
I have not.
IBM killed them. But boy, that was literally the superior PC. When it came out, because it came out against the IBM, but the graphics on it were way better, and IBM didn't catch up for years.
8 colors, everybody.
And
So real quick, Don, you mentioned Tindy earlier. I believe that Tindy is an offshoot of Hackaday.io, which is where the TI-99 4A link comes from.
Neat.
And so one of the guys that runs Hackaday is Bill Hurd, and Bill Hurd is one of the guys that runs Tindy. So it's got some provenance.
Okay.
Oh, hey, so everybody, real quick, everybody watching the live stream, they're operating the USS Missouri Battleship Radio 14 megahertz 263. So 14.263 megahertz, okay? So everybody watching right now, at least tune it up and see if you can hear them. I think Missouri's probably too close for me to hear, but I might give it a shot. Okay, sorry. Back to the discussion at hand. Okay, let's dive in again. Anybody with a question for Steve or anybody out there with kit building, we'd love to hear it and love to help you out. Go for it.
Hey, Steve, Mark K5TAO. We used to have a local electronics store here in Texas. It closed, and it was a place to go pick up our parts. But is there any place that you get extra parts that you might need for kits that doesn't require you to buy a giant amount of parts?
Yeah, actually, you'd be surprised. Mauser is a big Texas company, and they will let you buy parts in one-off, and it is more expensive because you're buying like one capacitor, but they have zero complaints of doing it. They'll send them all in individually wrapped bags. They'll put that set of individually wrapped bags in a great big box for you and send it off with 100 other parts or just plain old singles. There is a trick though. Go on their website, find a bunch of parts that you think will work, put it in your cart, pay for it with a credit card, not with PayPal, and then you can call them and they will modify the order to get you the part that you need. And they have intelligent staff, and you say, I'm looking for this NE556 part and I can't find it. What is a compatible replacement? And they have a brain to give you the replacement of it without having to rearrange and change shipping or anything like that. If you do PayPal, this is why I know this. I did a PayPal order and I called in for some assistance on part changes. And because it was PayPal, they couldn't change it. So I actually had to make 2 separate orders and pay 2 separate shipping charges. So I got my $20 lesson.
Great tip.
Yeah, that's a great tip, Steve, by the way. I will say that like if you're buying like a replacement voltage regulator or a MOSFET or, timing chip, semiconductors, you might just want to buy like 3 or 4 of them just so you have them. It sounds stupid, but you're paying like $1. You're already going to pay a couple of bucks on shipping, so you might as well just fill the baggie up with a bunch of other crap and just hang on to it and this is ham hoarder talk. This is straight like I'm hoarding ham radio. I appreciate that, but you will find a use for those spare parts. I'm telling you, those voltage regulators in particular, you will use them. I promise you.
Yeah, it's a shame. It was called Tanner Electronics. Anybody from Texas has probably heard of it, but you were able to go in and just browse through there and I need a few of these and give me one of those, and at the end you had a little basket and you paid at the end, and you always had spare parts, but it's not easy anymore.
Yeah, have you been to Altec?
No, where's that located?
Gosh, I drive by it all the time. It's over. Gosh, I'll have to tell you. Look it up. It's called Altec Electronics. They do computers, but they have like in the back of their store. They have a bunch of like just individual parts. I was just in there like yesterday, and they've got parts and racks and all kinds of things that like we use for in data centers, but they have individual components all over the place there too.
And I'll give that a check out as well. Thanks.
You wouldn't have to be near Houston, would you, Mark?
No, I'm up east of Dallas in Fate.
Okay, because we have a place down here called Electronic Parts Outlet, and it's like your crazy uncle who saved every transistor and resistor since 1920, put them in little boxes all throughout the store, and you can get anything you want.
That was the guy from Dayton. Who was the
Midwest Surplus?
No. He's gone now. He passed. It starts with an M. Why can't I remember it? I did a video.
Yeah, that big store you did a video on.
50,000 square feet of just crazy shit. Oh God. Why can I not remember that? Wow. Mendelssohn's. Steve got it. Mendelssohn's. Just go watch that video of Hamvention 2019, where before I got on the plane, I went to Mendelssohn's. There was literally a duck in the planter before I got in there, and they're like, "Oh no, that's where the duck lives." I'm like, "Okay, great. I already know I'm in for a treat." This
is my kind of people.
Dude, they're gone now. It's out of business. Mr. Mendelssohn passed away. He used to have like a semi truck that he drove out to Hamvention and would just drop all this stuff. And stuff for me includes both good things and junk. It's stuff. It's stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have a store like that here as well. You would wander in. It looked like an old bookstore, but it had racks and racks of just boards that people had pulled out of all kind of stuff. And I mean, it was some ancient parts and some brand new stuff. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, there was a guy that worked over, and people near me will know this, but he was over in Garland, and he had a store where basically he sold uh, electronics that he pulled out of telecom central offices when they closed, and it was just loaded with amazing stuff. You'd walk through there, and there were these racks, and you could pull boards out of racks and tear them apart if you wanted to, or use the board yourself, or just all kinds of stuff. It was great.
We may be talking about the same store.
I watched your video on the Mendelssohn. You did the tour of the Mendelssohn's
facility
there, and that was absolutely. I really wish I would have been able to go there, and like these places really don't even exist anymore.
Oh no!
It's. I just really wish I would have been able to go there. I mean, now we have like online, we have like DigiKey and Mauser and stuff, which is great. And like, I don't know, I'm from the Midwest, so like I know I actually know people that work at DigiKey, which is kind of cool. So I kind of tend to go through there, but yeah, I don't know, it's all good stuff. I do have one question for Steve. Did you build that K2?
Hold on, let me jump in really quick. Elias Poe, thank you so much for subscribing. Go ahead, Jamscan.
Steve, did you build that K2?
This K2 I stole from FEP Labs Radio at Huntsville Hamfest, and Josh was a witness to this, and actually was kind of aiding and abetting.
We didn't get to talk about it, but there was multiple people that were eyeing that thing, and Steve he did the he was very much the right there present person, so he got first dibs on it, and it was a fantastic deal. But Steve, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so we found this in the back corner of the Hamfest at Huntsville this past weekend, and we were trying to figure out what it was. The guy who owned it didn't build it, so he wasn't sure. He was a CW operator only. He wasn't sure if it had SSD in it or not. We got Mike N8YO to come over, and he had built one of these radios himself, and he tested it all out and said that it had the SSD module in it, so it was a done deal. And we went back and wrapped it all up. And then I took it apart today and found that it does not have the SSD module. So I need to, now I have another kit to build since we're on topic here, and we'll be taking care of that. But it's a fantastic radio. I didn't build it after looking at it, and this is kind of something I talked about on the live stream today. I have no fear of buying one of those kits and building it myself, other than the price tag. I definitely can get to the other end of making that radio. It's just a very time-consuming build as opposed to like a QDX. I jammed out the QDX in 2.5-3 hours while videotaping it, and I'd expect a novice kit builder to do maybe 4 to 6 hours on that radio.
Yeah.
And the K2, I'd expect it would probably take me 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Does Elecraft still sell the parts?
They do. Yep, I can still get that SSD module, brand new kit form from them. I looked at it today, $219 plus shipping.
So Don, when I interviewed Eric at the booth, I was literally talking about that radio that Steve picked up. I was mentioning that, hey, we're still seeing really nice Elecraft show up here, like in the used situation. He's like, we still sell the K2s in kit form.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
man.
Oh, is that right, Eric? So, I will be honest. I would be a buyer. I would have been a buyer on that radio immediately. But I literally discovered that radio by watching Coffee and Ham Radio when I was going back to my hotel room in the hotel. I was literally watching those. I was commenting. You guys saw me commenting.
Yeah.
I was literally commenting with it. I was like, holy crap, that looks great. And so I ran back to the show after I was done with my room. I think I went to actually go to the restroom, and I was watching Coffee and Ham Radio on my phone, and I ran back to the show to get to Steve to like watch this all go down, and then I ended up like trying to find Mike to help him out, N8YO. Yeah, it was a great deal. Even without the SSB, I think that was still a fantastic deal at $750.
I'm happy.
For me, that I think Steve had the deal of the show last year. It was Adam K6ARK with the D72. I think that was the deal of the show, or Connor's KX3. That might have been also the deal of the show. But Steve got the deal this time, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, R&L has a couple of KX3s that have been sitting there for a while, and I keep looking at them, and they're fully loaded, by the way. but I don't need another radio now.
You just gotta ask yourself, how many AA batteries do I need to have on hand at any one time to run this thing portably?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have a KX3, so I don't really need a K3, but I know
K3.
Bob,
Sorry, K3.
Yeah,
You said K3? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, K3. They've got 2 K3s that are fully loaded in their use section, and I've looked at them, but no, Steve, I really think I'm going to get an S-Bit X, but I don't have any more positions to operate radios from.
You need a bigger house.
It's crazy for me to have Don really say he's not going to buy a radio. Why not the K3
always
though?
speaking
Why
on
not
these
the K3?
deals, man. He's a dangerous person.
Yeah, why not the K3? What for you, Don? Why are you not buying it?
It's another $2,000 and another. I mean, when I buy a radio, I want to operate it, and right now, my second operating position has the 101D, which is a huge radio, and I absolutely love it. It's the knobs and buttons thing that everybody's been talking about it, and I love it. But then I have in that same position, I have the QDX. I now have the Hermes Light hooked up and running. I just bought a Hermes, and I also have a Hermes on order from from Apache Labs with the 10-watt amp on it, and I'm really looking forward to getting that one because audio-wise, you guys know there is no better radio than an Onan out there. So I really want to get something running pure signal. So the KX line is not something I'm going to invest in right now.
Okay, there you go.
It'll be there waiting for you when you are ready.
It might be. They've been out there quite a while.
All right, K1MAZ, it's up to you to make this contact work. We're going to run this until we watchdog it or whatever happens, but make that contact happen. Let's go. All right, so more questions for Steve or just, anybody that's trying to homebrew something or build a kit. Love to hear it. I love kit building. I think it's a great thing that I don't want it to die just like I don't want CW to die. It should be a thing that should be a part of our ham radio life, our ham radio hobby. It may not be the thing you do, but it should be something you can at least appreciate as being important. And by the way, if you're a CW operator, kit building is the best because you can get a CW radio for cheap and it's good. And they generally work pretty well. So more questions. Anybody in there? Go for it.
To be honest,
I heard
you go ahead. Question. Oh, me? Okay. All right. So, to be honest, I didn't know that the K2 existed in kit form, and I didn't really know about Elecraft when I got into ham radio. But that's kind of why I got into ham radio, is I like to build it was kind of the electronics aspect of things is what I enjoy, and building things and learning how they work. And if I would have known that there was a extremely capable radio kit available in the form of the Elecraft K2, that probably would have been my first radio purchase, and I would have built it myself. And I think that going back on it, I mean, I'm sure there's probably some new ham radio operators, hopefully, in the chat here listening. Don't be afraid to build a radio. I mean, because in order for you to operate, it's a very good idea to understand the fundamentals of exactly how the electronics that you're operating work. So, I mean, I don't know. If I could go back, my first radio would probably be the K2 kit.
If I might add, I would say don't be afraid to break a radio because that's what we're really talking about is breaking the radio. With that also said, I don't know that I would want to break a K2 right out of the gate. I would want to cut.
Oh, I already had to repair it.
No, I know, T.O. But I think you know where I'm going with this. I think you're with me. Let's blow up some Pixies. Let's blow up some 49ers, some of the cheaper CW transceivers. Literally go out there and get dirty with soldering and everything that goes into that. Really, fail. Please go out and fail because I'm giving you the latitude to accepting that you will make mistakes. You are going to make mistakes. It is unavoidable. It doesn't matter how attentive you are to everything you're possibly doing, you are going to make a mistake, and that's okay. And believe it or not, a lot of these kits understand that, and they allow you to desolder and pull a component out and redo it. And you know what? That's exactly how it goes. So anybody else thoughts? Steve, you want to dive in on that? Go for it.
Yeah, you can buy magnet wire on Amazon. You can buy enamel wire on Amazon for these radio kits. So if you screw that up, and that's one of the easiest parts of the kit to screw up is the sewing part, because you can kink that wire and it's toast at that point. But you can just go buy the wire, and it's like a spool of 100 foot of magnet wire is like $12. I mean, learn from experience. Learn from my experience. Learn from my mistakes. Success leaves clues, and I've left a trail of mistakes to get to my success. And a wise man once said, "Keep on sucking until you succeed."
Well, no, I think the point of it is that we all make mistakes. You're going to make them, and everybody that you see that you think is like a really good kit builder, Joe Eisenberg, I'll do an interview with Joe Eisenberg and have him come out here and say, no, I screwed up all the time. I screwed up constantly until I got much better. Like you can't YouTube your way out of this, right? Like this is one of those things where it's like you can't watch enough YouTube videos to be better at it to the point that you will make no mistakes. You will make a mistake. As a kit builder, you will make a mistake. And here you go. You're allowed to do it. You can. No one's mad at you. We love the fact you're trying. We love the fact you're doing. Don, do you want to say something? Go for it.
Well, this is something I've said. You've heard me say it before.
Yeah.
But when the more Cerritos were getting built, and I'm watching the build of it, and Ham Radio 2.0 Jason screws up, and it's not working. And then, he spends a few minutes, and people help him out, and he fixes it. That helped me more than watching everybody else do it successfully. Because it's better to and I've become more and more fearless as I've screwed up more and more. So absolutely what you're saying is correct.
I'm not going to say like, oh, hey, I was out here building kits a long time ago, screwing up way from the beginning. But I mean, it's true. Like you're going to make mistakes, and getting through it is as long as you can vocalize what you're doing, I think is important. I know Jason can do that, so I'm sure he did. It's a really, by the way, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you subbing on Twitch. That's just a part of kit building, is that you're gonna screw up. Like it's an inevitable fact, and actually that is an unremovable part of it. It's not like buying a radio. Like literally, if you don't want to screw up, if you are unwilling to fix a radio that goes bad on you, that's okay. There's no shame in that. I actually don't think you should feel bad that you don't want to buy kits. I get it. But you have to accept that if you're going into this, you're going to make a mistake. And that's okay. There's actually a very broad space of people that will support you. Again, groups.io is the spot for the kit or the manufacturer that you're making. I highly suggest you subscribe to their space if you're having a problem with their radios, or just or a fan of their radios. Get in on the early, bandwagon talk that people are going through, because you will learn a lot as they go through the trials and tribulations. Maybe you're waiting to buy a kit. Let everybody work out that beta or alpha beta issues, like I am with the S-Bit X over there. Very much an alpha, developer type kit. As Ashar said on the page, that's just the reality of it. It is like he is human, I am human. He's more human than I am in the terms of double E work. But we're gonna get through it, and we're gonna have fun. We'll end up with a radio, hopefully, in the future. So that's kind of the point, and it's fun. Yeah. So I don't know. All right, more questions for Steve or anybody else here. Let's open it up. Let's open it up to all ham radio questions. Anybody out there that had any ham radio questions, antennas, anything like that? I want to hear it all. So let's go. And it could be on the YouTube chat if you haven't joined us on the Discord, or the Twitch chat if you haven't joined us on the Discord. Links are in the description. You can join us out here, and let's just help you out getting on your way in ham radio. I think that's the point of all this. So we'd love to hear from you. So go ahead.
Speaking of BitX, when's the next video on that?
So if you didn't catch the live stream today, I'll see if I can pull up the website. So give me a second here. Is this it? Nope. Hold on. I do have it. Oh, I got it right here. Okay, so bear with me. So okay, so a couple of things. I went to full hog on the building of, who is that? Thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much for doing that. I went to full hog on the building of my SBitX. Amrad podcast. Thank you so much for the kit building super chat.
Eric.
So much. Thank you so much. It was already pre-assembled, but the question I had, and I think I showed this in the video, was that all the trim pots were all at the anti-clockwise or the counterclockwise position, which was the starting point for the tuning procedure. That is why I thought I had to do the tuning procedure. But Ashar Farhan came back and said, no, you don't have to do that. It was already pre-tested in the factory, multiple hours, literally. They're spending multiple hours tuning these things up for everybody. So if you're getting one of these, you should not have to do the tuning procedure for them. They should be ready to go out of the box. But then I asked, obviously, well, I was already tuned to 0 on all of these, so how could that be the tune position? And then it went into a, well, we got to go figure that out. So it turns out, among some other things, that there is somewhat of a problem with how they did the finals on the back of the heatsink. What happens, there's a couple things that happen. One is that those screws back themselves out under shipping, and so when you get your SBitX, make sure you go in there and make sure that the screws are, I'm not going to say elbow tight, hand tight, just hand tight. Make sure they're hand tight again. So you get good positive connection to the heatsink for that metal plate on the back. In my case, though, I went through the tuning process, and they said I didn't need to, but then I kind of came back and said, well, they were already anti-clockwise at the starting point. And they're like, okay, so you could have had some bad finals that we were running. Not necessarily bad, but just were a problem. So they're shipping out a bunch of replacements, and there's a story there on the groups.io for the radio. There's some corrections that go into this and some nerdy talk and all that stuff. So if you're interested, if you pull up the link, I'll drop it in the YouTube chat and also the Discord, so you guys can follow it. But just keep that in mind if you're looking into it. Good radio. I am actually very excited to get it on the air because from the very little I've had with it, I really did enjoy it. It sounded really, really good. So. Okay.
Yeah, I was bummed when it turned off. That wasn't fun.
Yeah, me too. Because we were literally receiving some amazing signals, and if I had just stopped there and just said hey, we're good, we'll just get on with life, and it's good. But everybody's like, no, tune it up, and so I was like, okay, we'll tune it. And I started going through the tuning procedure, and yes, I hypothetically screwed it up because I believe I unkeyed between the two pots, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have held the key down and then keyed up the 200 milliamps, and then keyed up the second 200 milliamps with the second pot, and then that would have been the end of the tuning procedure. But at the same time, I was paying attention to the maths, and I didn't see the 200 milliamp variance that I was expecting. And then when I started to move the screwdriver back and forth, I did something, my fault. Sure, I'll take the blame, and I killed the finals. So what is it? I don't know. And can we fix it? Probably, and we'll figure it out. So, yeah, Jody. Yeah, Jody, you seldom steer me wrong, but this time I should have just let it ride. I should have tested the power out. What I should have done is just tested the power output as it sat and just ran with that. That's what I should have done. And then if it was, close to what we expected, then I could just been like, you know what? That's okay. I'll just stop right here. Sean Weiland, any experience in building TNCs for packet radio, such as the Nino TNC from Tarpon or the Nucleo TNC from MobiLink Guy? Make packet radio great again. Steve, I know you're a packet radio guy. What do you think about that? Have you heard about those?
I have heard about a couple of those. I am desperately working to get my packet radio jive on here. We're supposed to have a packet radio system that goes from Minneapolis all the way up to Duluth.
Wow.
And
that's a good network.
Yeah. and I can get on it with my Commodore 64.
Total side question for Steve. Have you ever dealt with trackers, musical trackers, as a synthesizer?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Have you made songs on them?
I have not made songs on them, and the 8-bit guy, we talked about him on the live stream. He actually, I always thought it was like super difficult to make, and then I'm watching him because he has the 8-bit keys, and it's like, isn't that hard? It's like anything. I mean, you just got to get started, and then, you know, you get better and better and better. Like, I mean, my first YouTube video absolutely smelled.
Okay, are you watching me on Twitch by chance, or YouTube, Steve?
No, what are you doing? You got your keyboard out?
No, that little Game Boy device is a tracker. It literally draws from the lineage of Amigas, and literally the tracker space for synthesizers comes from the Amiga. Like the 8-bit scene comes from the Amiga and the Commodore.
I was wondering what that thing was. I saw it. I was pretty interested.
Yeah. So it's literally a synthesizer. It'll play through the whole thing, and I absolutely love this device. I love it so much because it's like my old Game Boy. I used to do tracker stuff on my Game Boy, and now I have this It's an 8-bit synthesizer. 8-channel synthesizer, and a sampler, so I can run all kinds of stuff off of it. It's crazy. I can literally take ham radio audio bits, shove it into that device, chop down the sample, and then make like little cuts and stuff. That's what this song is. It's just it's so good. Look at full visual too. Yes. I love it. I love it so much. But it's all based on tracker capability. I love it. Anyway,
ham radio lo-fi.
This is not ham radio. This is all like total audio music nerd stuff. So, all right. So I more questions. Let's go. Any questions? Open it up wide. Ham radio questions, antenna questions, whatever you want to do. Let's do it.
I got like 3 questions.
Steve or Josh. This is
right.
Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Just getting into the hobby, just getting into the building space. I bought myself a decent soldering station. Typically, what temperature do you guys run at? I mean, I've heard, I should, if with lead free, I should be running at 450C. I've heard 350C. I've heard don't use a conical tip, use a rounded bevel. What's your opinion?
I run 650 for most soldering of components to board, and I run 750 for desoldering. It's that simple. I don't make it any more complicated than that. Steve, what are your thoughts?
Right. Yeah, so you'll start to develop this technique, and you'll know. I mean, it's all about like being one. Like you mentioned earlier, the zen of kit building. It's all about being one with the flow, and you'll see like if you're working on a part that connects to the ground plane, and you see the circuit board has this big shiny part underneath the green. That's all copper, and when you try to hit that with a soldering iron at 650 degrees, you're spreading that heat from that little tiny tip all the way through that entire piece of copper on the board. It's just wicking the heat away from you. And the solder won't melt, and it won't flow, and the parts won't connect, and you'll have bad joints. And that will be your sign to turn it up. The other thing is, speed is your friend. So if you want to run your iron, I know a lot of people that run it like 840 all day long, all the time, and they get in and they get out. So like start off at a lower temperature, see if it works. If it doesn't, and time doesn't help, then add temperature. And if temperature and time doesn't help, then add more temperature and more time. And you're going to start to get to this point where you're starting to feel uneasy about what you're doing, probably for good reason. So ask some questions, take an inventory of what's going on. If you're soldering like a big BNC barrel connector to the ground plane, the outside of the BNC to the ground plane of a board, and it's a big board and it's taking forever, there's probably a reason for that. If you're soldering the center pin of an SMA and you solder a hole through the board, you're probably too hot. Start off light, you can always add more.
The only thing I'll say is like the careful thing about heat application is the one thing that we dread in kit building is delaminating the board and lifting a pad. Because that takes you down a whole other realm of fixing, right?
It's solvable, but
it is. But to the best of your ability that you still, like if you're running high heat, you're using high heat to transfer the heat quickly. you're not running high heat to just hold it on there, because eventually the PCB will delaminate and the PCB trace, the actual pad that you're trying to solder to, will lift away. And that is not ideal. Like, you don't want that to happen. And there are ways to avoid that by literally taking your time. Like, if you're not actually sucking all the solder off while desoldering, it's okay. Like, walk away a little bit. Like, let it cool down. Let everything cool down. You can keep your iron hot, all that, but like, give it some time. You need some time. The project needs some time. Seriously, take your time, because you don't want to lift a PCB. It's a pain in the ass if you have to do that. It really is. Okay, I think we got a couple other questions in there. Go for it.
Oh, I'm trying to get a VHF UHF setup in one of my vehicles, and I'm just wondering what antenna mount combo would be good.
Like, if you're just doing VHF UHF, I'm a big fan of a lip mount connection. I appreciate dropping a hole is like the best thing you can do, but oftentimes lip mounts are just fine. The rear hatch or the front hood or the door, the upper side of the door. Put a lip mount on there. Make sure you got a good ground connection. Make a good ground plane for VHF, UHF. It can just be a door. That's okay. And I'm actually fine with Comet and Diamond antennas. Anybody want to jump in there and give another recommendation? I'm fine with that. Signal Stuff makes the Signal Stock, which is a good mobile as well. So you might want to consider that.
What do you think about mag mounts? You have not mentioned mag mounts.
I'm not a huge fan of mag mounts. Every time I've used mag mounts, they've kind of like led me astray. And it's not because of the technology of mag mounts. Like, when I got COVID and I was driving from Ohio back home, I got that mag mount plate, and I was going to hamstick POTA my whole way there. But what happened was, if you own one of these MFJ tri-mags, take it apart. Take that center connector apart, and you'll find a tension bolt that tensions everything down, including the coax. And they take a bit of the shield of the coax and they strip it away, and they take like an angle grinder and they angle grind out a spot on that tri-mag mount place, like where it lines up, so that the shield just sits there. It's not a positive connection, though. They don't do any kind of soldering or anything like that. So if you go in there and you tighten it down, you could very much shift the shield onto the paint, which then all of a sudden makes that mag mount completely useless. You no longer get that capacitive coupling that you get from a mag mount, and that's exactly what I experienced when I was trying to activate 3 parks before I was finally successful when I had COVID. So that's frustrating for me. That's frustrating.
Okay, that's the triple mag mount. I don't have one of those. I have the single mag mount for like a VHF UHF antenna. It's not strong enough for a hamstick. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so actually, if I just had that mag mount, like if it was just a positive ground connection and we were getting good capacitive coupling off of that, I don't mind taking it off of the car and putting it inside when I'm driving. I had no problem with that. I just wanted it to be like an antenna when I got to where I was going, which is kind of the point.
Yeah, I just activated a park today with my tri-magnet mag mount in one of those 600 watt ham sticks. But no, I never. Well, I don't. It's not that I never. I won't drive with one on the highway because it'll those 600 watt ham sticks will lift it right off the top. Mm-hmm. But I get great ground plane on it. I literally like my. I got Alaska today. I got, just all over the country contacts. And it worked. It's always worked really well. I did have one break on me because I was driving on the freeway, mm-hmm. and it lifted off. And when it did, it fell off. And then something inside the antenna broke. And I have taken it apart. I don't see where it's broken. But anyway, I'm still working on that one, but the one I'm currently I replaced it with another one just like it, and I've had just excellent results with it.
Yeah, I echo Don's sentiments that a ham stick is actually a fine antenna to get started on mobile HF if you want to do POTA, mobile POTA, that kind of stuff. I would just like I would urge you to consider a lip mount. I feel like that's a much better positive electrical connection. I think that, and also that's going to change the tuning as well, because if your mag mount connection is just like paint between metal, there's going to be a capacitive connection, and you're going to have to tune adjacent to that, versus if it's literally an electrical connection that you have to the body of the car. If you have good bonding, by the way, it makes your ham sticks and every other antenna you put up that much more effective. But if you have a good ground, or let's say it just works, right? A ham stick's totally fine. It's narrow, but it's no more narrow than like a Wolf River coil or a buddi-stick Pro, or whatever we tell you is good antennas, because they do work. Ham sticks work too. They totally do, and they're cheap.
Yep, and on 40 meters you get the whole band. There's no Q.
I haven't been that lucky. You got the full size. You got the big boys, right?
Yeah, I got the 600 watters, and that's what I'm saying. Those on 40 meters, the whole voice portion of the band.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, Dawn, is that all ham sticks are not created equal. There are like lower power like the little shorty ham sticks. They're not great. They have like an intense amount of Q. The 100, 250, 200 watt something ham sticks, okay, also have a high Q. Though the 600 watt ham sticks are much bigger. Those are way better ham sticks. You will do much better. There's still a lot of loading, but you will perform a lot better in your activations if you spend a little bit more and get a better, longer antenna and get it up in the air.
Yeah, I was getting 5.9s in New York and in Maryland today, which, I mean, I guarantee it's the band conditions, but I'm always surprised because I'm doing park to parks from other guys in other parts of the country, and I almost can't hear them because I imagine they're running in-fed half waves and they don't have them up high enough,
right?
Which I think is one of the curses to a dipole type or horizontal antenna. Though again, if you can get them up there and get them high, they are absolutely beautiful. But height above ground to me is one of the most difficult things to achieve in ham radio.
I agree. All right, let's take a minute. We're gonna say hi to some of our YouTubers who are in the chat. So I got ham radio for non-techies here. Scott, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Josh. Great show tonight. Great show, Steve. Really appreciate what you guys are doing, and really enjoyed the show.
What do you got going on?
I just did a show recently on my pick for must-have ham radio tools for technicians and then generals.
Oh.
And it's kind of showing like, basic stuff you want to have on hand. And I had stuff for technician, and the general includes everything technician had, and then I added some stuff to that as well.
I just want to say really quickly, AA0Z is hitting me up on FT8 right now. I don't know that I should trust this man after Between Two Hams. Should I?
That was hilarious.
Should I cancel the contact? Should I kill?
No, you should stall him all the way through the contact so it never completes.
Just
he
keep
can't
repeating.
Contact anybody else.
Just keep repeating over and over again. I love it, Scott. By the way, Scott, so is the biggest tool that you recommend more money?
Well, that's one of the jokes I made. I said, hey, here's the tools for general. By the way, welcome to getting your general. The bad news is, say goodbye to your bank account.
General, it incurs some more costs. Like straight up, like it just does. Like it does. And at the same time, you can still go cheap. So Scott, I'm sure you hit up on that. I love that. So awesome.
Yeah.
So Adam, we have not heard much from you this evening, and I hope to hear more from you. What's up, man? What are you up to? Adam K6ARK, are you there? He's probably getting dinner right now. I bet he's getting dinner. We'll come back to Adam. So Steve would be the next one on the YouTuber list. And obviously Steve's... Yeah, I think so. Anybody other YouTubers between Steve all the way down with the list? I think we hit it.
Well, right after SC for Scott would be ST for Steve.
Yeah. So Steve, I mean, you always have a busy week. It sounds like going on, but you want to just remind people what you got going on for this upcoming week?
Yeah, I do all kinds of stuff. So Monday night, it's getting late, is my Ham Nuggets live stream. It is 6:30 p.m. Central Time. I don't know whether that's daylight wasting or daylight savings time this time of year. I don't pay attention to that.
Sure.
We're going to be building a coaxial collinear antenna, and
Oh.
Carlos from Parachute Mobile fame is going to be walking me through it, because the goal is eventually to get the ADSB exchange dongles working, and we're going to build some antennas specifically for decoding those frequencies and tracking airplanes and that kind of thing.
Oh, I love that. Very good.
And then, of course, I've got this K2 that I'm going to be going down the rabbit hole of.
Showing off.
More and more, yeah.
Yeah, Davey Crockett, thanks so much for subbing on Twitch. I appreciate it. So here's a moment where everybody that's not on Discord, you will not understand the value of it until I'm about to do what I have to do. I have to go to the restroom. So I'm going to run ads on YouTube and Twitch. The only way you can continue this conversation if you join us on Discord. So make sure you consider doing that. So everybody on the Discord, I'd like to keep the questions going. There's a ton of smart people here. So dive in, and we got some good mods. So handle that right now. Running the ads.
Yeah, Josh, when you get back, maybe can I pitch the 3 videos I did this week?
Oh yeah, no, do that now. No, I'll wait. I can hold it for you.
I'm sorry.
No, go for
so, Steve and Ape and the guys in Coffee at Ham Radios, they challenged us to make some videos on the $1,000. We had to keep our cost below $1,000.
Yes.
So I released my take on it. I chose the Hermes Light, and I went through the entire little pitch there. And so I released a video on that. And then as a follow-up to that, I released some more information because in the video I mentioned the Hermes and the Hermes Light. And so I had talked to some guys on the Facebook group, the Anand Face group, kind of asking them, what do you think is the differences? And I got a really good list from a guy. So I made a video on that.
Nice.
And then the final video I did, because I've seen so many videos from Ham Radio 2.0 and some other guys about how you buy, hey, here's the latest ham radio deals. Well, I've been doing, and y'all know this, right? I've been doing a lot of work where I bought a lot of used radios, so let's put it that way. So I released a video just kind of going through some of the websites I go through, how I where they're located, all of that kind of stuff, and went over a couple of the things in there. That's how I know, by the way, about the KX3s, the K3s, and so I just kind of released a video talking about looking at websites for used equipment. So
right.
And I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of doing a couple more follow-ups on the Hermes Light and how to use it. I've given my radio, one of my radios, Ham Radio 2.0 has on it, and he supposedly was going to do a review, but he's had it probably 9 months now.
So go ahead, Don. Take it back from him, and you can just send it right over to me. It's going to be fine.
I could do that.
I'm kidding. I would never do that, Jason. I would never do that, Jason.
Okay,
I wouldn't.
Well, the thing is, I'm sorry. I went ahead and bought another one, and I've got it here.
Don, you kill me. You kill me.
Well, you know, Josh. I mean,
I know.
Tom was the one that originally talked me into getting this, and I loved it so much I sent him one out in Australia. So
I love it. No, that's right, Don. You're right. Yeah. I love it. I love it. You are paying it forward with ham radio. I love that. Yeah.
So anyway, that's where I'm at with that, and kind of what I'm thinking about doing.
So I appreciate, you just talked about what you did, but you got to mention the channel or yourself, so people can find you. Drop the link, and I'll drop it in the chat.
Sure, I'll drop the link. It's just Don N5SKT. But
Well, there you go. Don N5SKT. Look him up on YouTube. Please, everybody watching, please. Yeah, he doesn't post often, but who cares? Subscribe to him because he's going to be talking about some good stuff. So make sure you get on that.
I'm thinking about doing one on top-end radios. I don't know of any of you guys that own as many top-end radios as I do.
No, I don't think. Well, not.
I think you're the one.
So I don't think there's anyone in the United States.
So I can go borrow any radio I want, but at the same time, so here's Don, where you kind of have a little niche of your own. Like, you own a lot of them, and you don't mind stacking and racking and stacking them up against each other, right?
Well, yeah, I use them. I mean, I like all of them personally, right. And so yes, I use all of them. I feel like there are reasons why I use this one in this situation and that one in that situation, and those are the kinds of things I think I could share, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. All right. With that said, you guys keep talking on the Discord because you can do that. I'm going to run an ad on both YouTube and I will be and Twitch, and I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the memes while I'm gone.
Here, and it's Steve over on his server has the X6100 shenanigans. Has anyone with the X6100 had the BNC nut not stick? Like it will not tighten completely. Or am I the only one who has a bad nut?
Shot.
We'll leave the low hanging fruit there, but the nut that holds the BNC connector to the radio, is that interfering with the BNC male connector sliding all the way down and tightening down?
No. The BNC will fit the whole way on. It's just more of a cosmetic, and making the thread of the BNC is not conductive, I think, as much to the external, which I don't know if it's grounded to the chassis or not.
Well, you want to have the external connection on the BNC connected because that's the other half of your antenna. So have you tried different BNC cables, or have you tried different ends?
BNC cables will click on no problem.
Right.
This is on the nut that touches, so there's a lock washer and the nut.
Okay.
That lock washer and nut piece that are right up against the side of the radio doesn't tighten. So I basically have a loose nut right there. But
so it doesn't tighten all the way down, even though you have tried to tighten it?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. Yeah, I would still, it's probably not that big of a deal. But one thing that you can do is put like a flying lead for a counterpoise if you ever wanted to run like a whip antenna right on the radio and use it as kind of a HF handy talkie. I have backed that nut off, put a ring terminal over top of it, and then tightened it down again. Or you just put another washer in there to sort of take up some more space and be able to tighten it down.
I think it's mostly probably just a bad nut, just a little too big, and just
or it doesn't have enough thread.
Yeah, it doesn't catch the thread enough, and I think it's too thin of a nut. So I'll just grab another nut in my bin and try that out. But I was just making sure like it wasn't killing my reception or something too bad. But I mean, it touches, but it's not like cranked down like most things are. So.
All right, I'm back. All right,
I've got two questions. So,
go for it.
Steve, did you purchase that part on DigiKey that I emailed you?
I have not purchased that part. I wanted to take a look at that because we were talking about it at Huntsville. You're talking about the edge connector for the M2 data connector that goes inside of the crap top, the Fang top, the cheap $60 Micro Center laptop.
The Jenkapotamus.
The Jenkapotamus.
Exactly.
Jenkapotamus. Sorry, I stand correct.
Jenkapotamus.
So I don't know if half of that connector is underneath of the connector, so unreachable by regular folks, or if all of it is on the far side, which would be absolutely fine to deal with. So I have to kind of figure that out.
You are correct on the first part. Half of it is unreachable. It is underneath. The other half is reachable. So you do need a hot air revert gun and some probably low melt solder paste.
I'm kind of on the fence about it because of the return on investment really is tight. I mean, it's like a $2 connector and then a $30 or $40 SATA drive if you get a small one, and you can just as easily plug an SD card or a USB drive in. So, I don't know. I'm over under on it yet. I haven't landed that plane yet.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, like I attempted it, but like I said, I don't have a hot air revert gun. I have a hot air gun for melting heat shrink, and it melted the shit out of everything. So there's that. And then my second question is actually a CW question. So I'm trying to learn CW here, and I don't really quite understand. Like, I have a vague understanding of CW side tone. So if I turn that to 0, that basically means that I'm not transmitting. Is that
No. If you turn it to 0, that means you can't hear that you're transmitting. The side tone is your side of the conversation that you hear in your ears.
Generally, everyone needs side tone to be able to acknowledge what they're sending. If you don't have side tone, you're some kind of demi-human, I am assuming.
So what I'm trying to do... I'm not a demi-human, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to practice without transmitting, and I'm here without a dummy load.
Oh, you need to turn break-in off. You need to turn in break.
Right.
Turn break-in off.
Turn break-in completely off, and then I should be good.
Yep.
Okay, and then I've got an 857D, and I don't know if anybody else... Well, I know a couple people in the chat that do, but the 857D has this, like, CW learning feature. I don't know if anybody's ever played with that at all.
What is it trying to learn? Is it trying to teach you or what?
Yeah, so it like let's see here. It's menu menu 31 in the deep F menu in the 857D.
The deep F. Get in the deep F. Yes.
And you can do like either numeric or like what is it, numbers or something? I don't know. It's and it'll just like play like a 4-letter thing, and then you try to practice it, I guess, is the idea. Nobody really has any videos on this. Nobody really talks about this, but it's a feature. And it's the 857, and I have it right in front of me, and I would like to take advantage of it because it's here.
Do it.
And
do it.
Right on. All right, cool. I probably will eventually be a member of the Long Island CW Club. I just know absolutely nothing, so I want to kind of like join with somewhat of an understanding of how.
Join with nothing, you better off.
So
somewhat of an understanding of the characters, I guess.
What's the app we N4FON? N4FON. Like if you go download the application N4FON and put it on. What's that, Steve? Sorry.
Great Britain, G4FON.
G4FON. Thank you. Go download his application. Put it on the Jankopotamus and run off of that. That's exactly what you need to do for most character recognition. Is just use G4FON. Yeah.
That's the one that tosses back some QRM and stuff at you and has simulated QSOs and everything, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You can. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. That's the thing that's the hardest thing to overcome when you practice CW. You're practicing perfect code all the time, and then you get on the air and you've got QRM and fading and somebody stuttering at you.
All right,
it's nothing special. It's just random stuff.
I'm switching to 40 meters for everybody on FT8. FYI.
Does G4FON, is that where you can like type like a phrase and then like it'll say it in Morse code?
You put in word sets. It has a lot of word sets already that you can just run. You can download word sets like the top 100 most used words in the English language. You can pipe it into that thing and just have it play out to you at night, like before you go to bed or whatever, or just during the day. And then you can just copy CQ or CW as you go.
Is G4FON like freeware, or do I need to like?
No,
okay, all right. Right on.
The guy who designed it unfortunately passed away. I covered this on my show last week.
Yep.
He passed away, I guess, last year. But if you join Long Island CW Club, that's the program they had you download and use.
Mm-hmm. I have to find a
Cool.
new space now.
I'll probably download that.
Yeah, you should. It's a good app, and it runs on really crappy computers. Ask me how I know.
It was meant for like Windows XP or something, so that vintage.
I'm using it for because there's no power. This is going to go into a speed loop.
Are much
but
harder
just
to wind,
curious.
as you witnessed.
I heard Don describe it once as a transformer versus balun.
Yeah, and in the kit for a receive antenna, if that's what you're building, that's exactly what it is. It's a transformer where you're like on the old style transformers, you always had this primary wind of a bunch of wires, and then say a smaller set of winds for the other. And what that would do is either step down or step up the voltage, and that's essentially what this is doing.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah. I was wondering where you went.
Apparently, I killed myself on 40 meters. That's interesting. What just happened there? That was wild.
Yeah, I understand it's a transformer. I had somebody that's really seasoned actually tell me that I should try and reverse it because it's a 2 to 6 transformer. So you wrap one side 2 and the other side 6. And one of the guys said that I should reverse it and have the 6 connected to the SO239 or the SO239 and the 2 connected to the antenna. So kind of curious.
Yes, that's right. Because what you want to do is the incoming signal from the antenna, you want to increase that. It's the other way. You want to increase the what you're hearing from the antenna or the signal coming into the antenna. You want to bump that up towards the radio. So I believe the two to the 6 will give you a bump up in voltage between the two. So that's what you're looking for. You're wanting to get the voltage from the side, I believe, with the fewer winds. You want to bump that up to the side with the more winds. And
okay.
By the way, one thing that I found that works for me is, and this is something that I got from the DX Engineering, one of their receive loops that they use for hunting RFI. If you get these, basically what they used was these Teflon rings or Teflon like tubes, and what you would do is you take the biggest number of winds, like the 6, and you wind those directly onto the toroid, and then the 3 winds you would do through those 2 Teflon tubes. And I don't know why, but that does seem to help. And I get better gain on my loop on the grounds doing that. And what I do to get the tubes is I go and get like a big pin, and where there's this, if you take the pin out, there's a certain amount of ink up to a point, and then above that is kind of empty. And I just cut that empty side off and split it in 2 and stick it through the center of the toroid. And that works as well as, I don't know where to get the proper size Teflon tube.
All right, so since I'm back, I'll answer this question from Adam. Thank you for sending the question on YouTube, by the way. I ordered one of the Evolve 3 from Amazon since I am a long way from a micro center. Can I snip the end and plug it into my 3.8 volt power supply? No problem, or am I going to smoke it? That is the preferred method. You take the power adapter out of the box, you snip it, and you put Andersons on both ends. And that gives you the capability of going back to the AC wall wart if you want to, or going directly to a 12-volt source. And so, yes, you can do both of those. Is it amazing that we have this capability now, that there's a laptop out there will let us charge on 13.8 volts? Holy smokes. Unheard of.
And what gets me is all of the people out there that are going, well, this is better than that laptop. This is better than that laptop. This is better than that laptop. And I, like Rhea was doing this, and I'm like, is it 12 volts?
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
no, it's 19 something. Like, then no, it's not better for what we're using it for.
It is the craziest thing to me. So when Dave Canterbury was getting into he's been in YouTube for a while, but getting into ham radio, he just went to Walmart and bought an HP laptop, and he was like, hey, this thing runs off 12 volts. So I was like, holy smokes, that's awesome. That's like the best thing you can hope for. You're all just integrated then. You run the whole thing off solar. He's like, yeah, it's amazing. And then I find this $60 laptop. It was from this live stream. It was from this after chat that we found that laptop. Was it you, Don, or who found it? I don't know. Someone here pointed me to it, and I bought it. And that's what caused that video.
I don't know if it was me, but I mean, our club's been buying them for a year. And I didn't know they were 12 volt, but these guys are like, it's $60, man. Just go. And like our club's been buying the crap out of them. And so then I found out, like, I think in May or something, they're 12 volts. So I went out and I bought a couple of them at that time. And I'm just, that to me is the absolute killer app.
It's insane. It's insane. Yeah.
Now there's two more killer apps that I don't know you guys have seen yet. I did a video on my channel benchmarking the laptop. First off, it's $60, which is cheaper than a Raspberry Pi 4. It comes with a keyboard, trackpad, and screen.
Yep.
It runs on 12 volts. These are all fantastic things. And it's faster than a Raspberry Pi 4.
Much faster, yes.
Well, Steve, I asked you about the Bago MIPS, remember?
You did, yes. And I don't have an answer for you.
No, I know. That's just that's an old thing. When you booted the kernel, it would come up and say, this is so many Bago MIPS. And I've heard the explanation of what it is, but I don't remember anymore. But it's not a benchmark.
So Ed says...
I don't think it's relative anymore.
Ed says his Evolve won't boot. So I suggest you take it back, because straight up, like, you got to get all that working before you even get out the gate with it. That's you should not have to fix that. It should boot a full version of Windows. Full version of Windows too for $60. Do you even like, that's not even the cost for a Windows license in most cases.
Right.
And it's crazy. You get them on coupons for like $39.99.
Yeah. Crazy.
And by the way, one thing I have found, because I stupidly went into and do this because I'm used to gaming machines, and so I went in and started like screwing around with the all of the settings inside the BIOS. And on this thing, you do not do that.
No,
it will stop booting. Like even minor changes will stop it from booting. And I think there's two things that you can do that are safe, and that's it in the BIOS. So if yours is not booting and you've messed with the BIOS, that could be the problem.
Yeah.
But it's extremely difficult to get in after it's screwed up and get to the point where you can reset the BIOS to factory default.
All right, let me tell everybody, like, let go of your inner nerd for like 15 minutes and just let the thing be its thing. Like, just let it go. Just let it run. It's not good. It's not a good laptop. You're not trying to tweak it for performance. It's barely hanging on with baling wire and string. Just let it do its thing.
The standard setup works.
Yeah.
The standard setup works fine.
Worth every bit of $60.
Yeah.
And it's only $60.
Yeah.
And compared to a Pi, you're getting a screen, a keyboard, and a trackpad for less than the cost of the same set of equipment for a Pi.
You know what the best thing is about the Evolve is that if you drop it in a puddle of water,
it's the Baofeng of laptops. It's the Baofeng of laptops.
You buy another one.
Yep.
You just throw it out and start over again.
So here's the best thing about the Evolve is, like, don't connect it to your home network. Just make it like its own little island, and you can put every ham radio application you've ever wanted to run, do all your radio programming on there. I give you full license to give that computer aids. Like put whatever you want on it.
Not
Run
HIV,
any
but full-blown AIDS.
just full-blown aids. Like just give it whatever you like. You can run anything you want. Never put it on your network because you don't need to. It can be just a completely air-gapped laptop. It doesn't need internet. You're just connecting to ham radio stuff. You can always just plug an SD card or whatever into it to pull a file off if you wanted to. Unless you give it full-blown aids, then don't do that. But you know what I mean, right? Like so,
Right.
it could just be your FM radio programming laptop. That's fine. That's great. It's $60. Who cares? Go nuts.
So how do you get time to it then? Do you just have to hotspot it to your phone?
GPS.
Download the time.
You could do GPS. You could put the little like GLONASS $11 dongle onto it. Yeah, sure. Do that. Go nuts.
How about one? And it seems to be limited to Windows 10. I'm a Mac guy, so I know that's an older one, but I don't know if that's a good thing that you don't want Windows 11 or not. But mine says it's not configured for Windows 11.
Well,
It
so
does not
oddly,
have a TPM chip.
as a Mac user myself, I will often do things that would give a Windows laptop aids, but as a Mac user, generally I don't do that. I don't get it, just because the architecture is a little bit different, software is a little bit different, so I don't really have that problem. So that's a bit different. So I don't mind you saying like, oh yeah, you can put it on the network or whatever, but it really depends on what is on your network. If you want to isolate it completely, like that's fine. That Amazon dongle is $11 or I don't know, maybe 20 now, but it's still a really good deal, and you can get your time off GPS. That's like the most off-grid thing. That's super cool. Do that.
I think it was Ria's Shack that you mentioned you had seen it on.
No. So, yeah, I mentioned Ria's Shack because she posted the video before me, but I bought that laptop from this live stream. I had no idea what Ria was doing. It just turns out that when I posted the video, Ria posted the video before me, so I wanted to give her credit as being the one before me. But I had no idea that she had the same laptop that I did. It was literally from this after chat that we found that laptop.
Yeah, well, I picked up two of them, so I'm working my way through. Yeah. Just one quick comment and a question. Long Island CW Club, I joined, and I would say to whoever that was before, talking about maybe getting more into it, learning more before he joins, I would say just jump in. As soon as you join Long Island CW Club, you're going to find piles and piles of files and stuff on their Dropbox. They have a massive library in their Dropbox. It's a place you're going to learn about CW by jumping in early.
Yeah, the thing I would say about that is like sometimes we get in our own way of like learning, and the reality is that like you just have to commit to it and just start. And the Long Island CW Club cannot make it easier. They have a groups.io page you go to that shows the schedule for the entire week. They have like 70-something classes through a week, 1 week, 70 classes. And your membership lets you hop on to any of them. And I've hopped into super high-level classes that I do not belong in. But guess what? I still learned a lot just from hearing people that are at that level do Morse code and participate in that space. And I've hopped in Basic 1, which technically I'm not Basic 1, but you know what? You're still going to learn something. And that's the best part about the Long Island CW Club is that you don't have to be up. Nobody's putting you in a hole. Like you don't have to get yourself, like you don't have to dig in and like prove yourself, then get out and dive into another hole. You just are a member. You can go to any meeting, and they have club meetings where they're talking about cool stuff. Mike K8MRD did a POTA video with them. It just like if you got the time, you can hop on almost any time of your day and be like engorging yourself on CW at any time. So that's the point of becoming a member for that value.
Well, it's like me coming here. I mean, I'm 3 weeks into a license, and you guys are talking way over my head, but little snippets will pop out. or a little, a perspective on something that's like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
you just kick me into play here. So now I know that I'm pointing in the right direction. Wonderful stuff. And let me toss a newbie antenna question at you
Love it.
for that same reason.
Yeah, go for it.
So, like I said, so I've been dipping into the local repeater nets, and I have had a really tough problem with glitchy sporadic transmission. I'll sit here and I'll key up, and it'll go through perfectly. They'll tell me, "My God, you're booming. How is this? What are you on? How is it?" And I'm going 5 watts out, and then the next time I key, I got nothing, and I've changed out connectors and everything else, and I had discovered, I believe, what the issue is, but I don't know why it is.
Is this
And that is
HF or VHF UHF? Just
VHF. It's 2 meters.
Okay.
And both on D-Star and on FM, both same issues, but both 2 meters. No, I'm sorry, 2 meters and no, both 2 meters. Anyway, I've got an antenna that'll do it, and I've got 18 feet of coax, ABR Industries 218 something. And anyway, so I thought it was bad connectors. I did find a broken pin and a coax on the feed on the antenna end, so I tossed that and replaced it. Still getting these sporadic things, and I discovered just a few days ago. And I work out of a backpack, and I was sitting on the head of my bed, and I would take the radio out, I'd spread out everything, and I would toss this 18 feet of cable of coax feed line over across, over the bed. And I discovered because I replaced everything else, I discovered that just these tousled curls of this coax just splayed out randomly over the bed. I figured out finally, if I took one of those coils and just leaned it one way or another against the other wires or not, that my SWR would go from +9 down to 1.2 and back again. So is that normal? I had no idea the feed line was that sensitive. Or does this mean I've got bad coax, either damage inside, or is it the shielding is bad, or is that you should just spread it out more?
Well, damn. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Is that ABR?
Like, I say it's bad coax.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, did we walk in being compromised? Like, that's the thing that scares me, right? Like, it could have been bad coax from the get-go, right?
ABR though doesn't usually. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, ABR would stand behind it. I would call them and say, "Hey, and they'll probably send you."
Well, let me say, I do have an RG8X that I pulled from the ICOM mag loop I got from whoever makes that for them, so it's a smaller line. That was behaving less so, but it seemed to be doing the same thing. So I don't know. But if it was bad, so are you thinking maybe more damage? Because it was definitely happening more so on the 218. Do you think maybe damage internally, or that just the shielding isn't enough?
So coax is kind of like I treat it like scientific medium. Scientific medium should be untainted at all times. So if you get into a situation where you think your scientific medium is tainted, you need to swap it out for new medium, and that is new coax, unfortunately. So the reality is that, like, I don't know what happened in your case, but it sounds that those frequencies you were not being heard correctly, or whatever was going along with that. The thing that I would try.
What's the rest of your system? I'm curious what the rest of the system is.
It's a 705. I got it 705 early, diving in and playing with all the toys in it, and I have a pretty substantial antenna. It's a Signal Stuff OSJ, open stub J pole, collapsible. It's half-inch aluminum rods, 3 of them. The tallest is about 5 feet, and there's one that's maybe 18 inches, another one's maybe 7 inches, all connected on the bottom, and then that's where the connection goes in. So like I said, when I started, they were just saying this is booming.
Wait,
and it's fantastic.
Can I jump in really quickly and ask you, have you weatherproofed any of your connections at any time?
I'm all inside. I'm all inside the house. The antenna is sitting against an outside window, and there's nothing. It's all brand new stuff.
Oh, well, you're talking literally all inside. Like there's no exterior antenna at all.
No, and even with that, it was booming.
Oh, so okay.
And then it's good.
So now we got a separate problem. So all bets are off because you are literally in the space of RF generators. Like anything could screw with your signal at that point. Like anything could be a problem.
Microwave.
So that's something that may be starting.
No, but Josh.
It sounds like a connector to me.
But it really
sounds like
was.
Wait, so who's talking? Who's talking?
Talking about people hearing him.
Sorry.
It's Adam.
I sit here with a coil in my hand.
It's Adam.
I sit here with a coil in my hand and move it a foot over to the left, and it would go to hell. And I'd move it back again to the right.
Yeah. So
and it would be
wait. So that was the point, Adam, right there. So he's picking up RFI on his mic. He's moving his mic 1 foot over, and it's fine, and picking it and then moving it back to this side, and it's bad. So he's got RFI in the chat.
No, is this on receive or transmit?
Transmit.
That you're having.
I'm receiving fine all the time.
Yeah. So I suspect. So one thing to understand is that the difference between making it into a repeater solid and not making it in is sometimes, a relatively small difference. So I think that's worth appreciating, that there's kind of a fringe there where it doesn't take a whole lot to go from good to bad. The other thing I would be curious of is if you have measured with an antenna analyzer your antenna from with the coax in line, and then monitor that antenna analyzer as it's scanning, as it's constantly sending out a signal and measuring the antenna while you move the coax. Have you measured it at all with any kind of analyzer?
No, I don't have that gear yet. I'm just looking at the SW from 705.
So hold on. So let me go back a step. Did you say that when you're transmitting on your mic that so you have a microphone that you're holding, and when you hold it 1 foot in one direction, it doesn't work, and when you hold it in one direction, it does work?
No, it's not the mic. It's the, imagine that I just uncoil 18 feet of coax, fling it across the bed, and so it's just curl after curl after curl. And the position of those curls, I discovered, if I just take one of those curls at all, grab onto it, and it's bad when I transmit, and I just push it over and lean it against another curl, it gets either good or bad depending on
what kind of antenna. What kind of antenna are we talking about that you're transmitting on?
It's this OSJ signal stuff, OSJ J-pole, and aluminum 5 foot tall antenna, 20 and 40.
Can you get it outside? Can you do that?
That's something I'll try, but what's getting me, I think it's a sporadic thing, because early on, they just kept telling me they were dazzled by how this new guy with a 5 watt, radio was booming into their repeater so much, and it was pretty stable until the next week, and then it was glitchy, and the third week was even glitchier.
Most of the time, whenever someone says, "Hey, I got a problem with my antenna," and you start asking them questions like, "Oh, it's inside my house." The first thing is get it outside your house, get it up in the air, get it away from all this stuff. That's the first thing you do.
Can you put it in your attic?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a battery operated 705. Take it out for a ride.
Yeah, I'll take it out. I'll take it out. It's just that I thought I had solved this problem several times, and then I'm wondering of this thing with the coax, because it seemed, without affecting the connectors at all, I could literally watch the SWR go up and down just by moving these coils against each other. And so I'm thinking, is it shielding? Is it whatever? But it could be that just the coincidence of something's happening, and I just happen to be hitting it once in a while at the right moment, but it really was some external problems, right?
I guess the reality of like when I look at like radio problems, I try and think of it like a scientific experiment of like how many variables can I remove from the equation? Like how many things can I simplify? So putting an antenna outside will simplify the equation like by a ton. So if you can get the antenna outside, even if it's a roll-up J-pole on a tree, will simplify this equation immensely. Because then all of a sudden we have a baseline that isn't with all the other electronics you have in your home and everything else that could be reverberating, could be creating some kind of weird RF loop that you have going on. Like, I don't know, right? But that's a thing to isolate out of all of this.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to the surprise. If the mic is still on, I think.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So I think it comes down to I mentioned this thinking, is it true that if you have bad shield, let's separate this from what else might be happening. Is it true that if you have coax with bad shielding and you have 15 little 1-foot coils sprawled all around in a pile, and you start moving those coils around, and you have coax with, let's say, bad shielding, is that going to affect your SWR? I always thought feed lines were pretty simple and isolated. They could stay coiled.
Having the coils is going to affect the SWR, regardless of whether you've got cuts or nicks or fractures in the shield.
It will or it won't?
It will.
Yeah, okay.
But I also don't think this might be a problem with SWR. I actually don't. I don't think this is necessarily a problem with SWR. I think this is a problem with just like adjacent electronics creating noise when he's transmitting and reverberating into the microphone.
And it wouldn't affect reception, hearing them perfectly.
Well, go ahead, Adam.
That wouldn't cause him. Yeah, that wouldn't cause him to not make it into the repeater, to not quiet the repeater receiver.
That's true.
So,
and let me say this too.
Something's changing with the system that is causing the signal to not make it there. And I think there are two kind of prime possibilities, two main options, and I think it's the latter. The first one would be that you potentially have something wrong with your coax. Most likely with coax, when something goes wrong, it's usually a connector. And if it's new coax, if it hasn't been abused, if it's commercially made and it's of a reputable manufacturer, the odds of that are pretty darn small. So what I think is most likely happening is that even when you're making it into the repeater, you're still kind of on the fringe, which makes sense with 5 watts and an indoor antenna. And my suspicion is that your antenna may not be perfectly tuned or is set up in such a way that the coax is becoming part of the antenna and it's interacting with your antenna. So when you move those coils, you have coils laid out in one way or another, it's affecting either the radiation pattern or the efficiency of the antenna, and it's causing you to not make it in.
Okay, let me say these two things quickly. One is the net operator, when they couldn't hear my response, he said, well, he's coming through on the input of the repeater, but somehow it wasn't coming out of the repeater. That's one thing I just remembered. But the other thing is, I'm sitting right next to. I'm at the head of the bed on one side, and I've got the antenna within arm's reach on the other corner of the bed. And if I reach an antenna, my SWR would shoot all the way down, no matter what even if the letting go of it, the SWR was so bad I couldn't get through. If I held onto the antenna, then the SWR dropped down to like 1.2.
So can I ask you how close is the net op that made that comment that you're coming in on the input of the repeater? Because you're basically
Probably
simplex at that point.
5 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me try to explain what I think the net control actually told you.
Yep.
So the repeater operates on 2 frequencies. It has an input frequency that you're transmitting on and an output frequency that you're listening on.
Right.
And as a net control, you typically want to listen to both the input to the repeater and the output to the repeater, because sometimes there are stations, especially if you as the net control are in a good location to hear around your local area, where another station might not make it into the repeater, but you can still hear them on the repeater input. So I suspect he was close enough to you or in a good enough position to be able to hear you on the frequency you were transmitting on, but the repeater wasn't able to hear you.
So
that's what he was explaining. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Right.
And then 2 minutes later, go through and it would work.
So here's the good news. Your radio works. Your radio works and your antenna works. The question is, like, where is the weak link in this whole situation?
Could this be like traffic driving by?
No. I'm still on team get it outside.
Get it outside.
Adam, what do you think? Get it outside, regardless?
I think that'll help, but I think the other thing to do would be to round up somebody that's a ham nearby that has an antenna analyzer or a nano VNA, one or the other, and can actually measure the antenna's resonance and impedance at the feed point of the antenna, see how it's doing, as the antenna is tuned, and then also measure that with the coax attached. You may find that you gain some benefit by putting a choke or a 1-to-1 balun at the end of the coax.
So you're thinking he still has a coax problem. Potentially you think he still has a coax problem?
I don't think he has a coax problem. I think he has his coax is becoming part of the antenna because it's probably not quite tuned right.
Interesting. Yeah. Get that thing outside, man. Get yourself a good 5-foot ground plane. They're very inexpensive. Mount it on the eave of your house, much like you'd mount a TV antenna. Get it up there, and there you go. Let's take a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's take a moment to thank Steve. Steve's going to head out right now. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time and answering all these questions. Anything you want to say, Steve? Go for it, man. Time's yours. Go for it.
Yeah, I appreciate all the new folks that have subscribed to the channel tonight. Temporarily Offline Ham Radio is my channel, live stream Monday night, and then all throughout the week I'll put out smaller videos on whatever happens to be exciting. We were going to talk about the FX4C. I've got about 4 or 5 videos coming out on the FX4C. I've got this K2 that I'm doing videos on. I'm always doing kit building. I have the QCX, the QDX build series on my channel. I still have to do a power alignment on the QDX, the digital radio, to get more power out of it because it's not putting out a lot of power. I just need to find time in between all of this other exciting ham radio content that exists out there. There's so much going on in this hobby. It's an amazing time to be a ham. So just wanted to say, everybody, thanks for being awesome, and we will see you on next one.
Hey, Steve, real quick, the FX4C now has functioning full cat control on the latest firmware.
Oh,
awesome.
All right. So a reminder, everybody, Mondays, if you're not doing anything, which, Mondays pretty much suck. So, you can take a moment and hop over to Temporarily Offline's channel and check out Ham Nuggets. It's a good little show, challenging what we know about ham radio, or just asking the question of why do we do this, or how can we do this? It's a good thing, I think. So thank you, Steve. I really appreciate you taking the time today.
Definitely. Anytime, Josh.
All right. Very good. Well, so...
See you later, Steve.
73, Steve.
So this would be the point
73,
where
Steve.
we haven't fully hit the 9 o'clock hour, so I can't start talking about the crazy movies I've watched. But I will say, I watched Game of Thrones, the House of Dragons? Not bad, but not Game of Thrones. But I'll hold my thoughts until we get further along. Anybody out there that wants to talk about any ham radio question, we want to answer all your ham radio questions. We're looking at the chat. We're looking in the live stream, Twitch, YouTube, or on the Discord. We want to help you out. Let's go.
I have an FPA question.
I saw Tank. Was it Tank had a question? Go for it. Let's go for Tank, and then we'll go up the list.
Yeah, what are y'all 3D printing? Just what for ham radio?
Wire winders. Wire winders. Always be printing wire winders. But K6ARK is the right guy now. So let's go to him.
If you go check, go take a look at the Josh. Maybe you want to bring it up.
Yeah, man.
The picture and perhaps a video in the live stream chat there. So the truSDX is a cool little decently functioning tiny radio that you can buy in kit form for under $100.
It's a tiny boy.
And it is. So the Chinese manufacturer on that recently came out with kits for high band 20, 17, 15, 12, and 10 meters, and classic band 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10 meter RF boards. So you can buy just the RF board now for $35 and slap that onto your standard truSDX motherboard, and you have a different set of bands. Well, the kind of pain in the butt thing about that is that to swap out the board, you have to disassemble the 3D printed case, pull the boards apart, and then reassemble the case. So I said, I'll bet I can make a case that allows you to just snap the top motherboard off and snap a new RF board on and be done with it.
And he bet correctly because that's what he did.
And it works. It's pretty cool.
So Adam bet correctly that he could make a board or make a case that would allow him to snap in and snap out, because it's a sandwich board, the truSDX. So Adam, how much space savings did you get on doing this? Because I think you made it actually a smaller little unit too, right?
No, not on this. So this actually is the original size of the original kit and has the toroids in the same orientation. But I did I did a separate build where I actually reduced the space between the motherboard and the RF board, and I flipped the toroids flat to the RF board, which I know is risky business when you're dealing with RF and trying to keep inductors from interacting. But I figured, what the hell? There's one way to find out if it's going to work or not. So I did it, and it really works. Yeah, I was able to shift the size by about 8 or 9 millimeters in height on that one.
So
but
this
one's normal size.
The question I get a lot, and then Adam, you can answer this. The question I get a lot is the VFO knob is very pronounced, very aggressively out there. You can cut that down if you want to, right?
I have cut it down. You can also buy shorter encoders that are have less height to them, and you can make it smaller that way. But yes, I cut mine off carefully with just some angle cutters, some heavy duty angle cutters, and then carefully filed and ground it down to a nice shape, and made it a smaller encoder wheel there.
Make a nice little flat, like KX2 style encoder is what you're looking for.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Beautiful. Adam, always stressing the points of our ham radio world, exploring all those areas. I appreciate it, man. You can actually see that in that image that he made here. Like this is a much better VFO. It's still kind of big, but I'd rather have that in my pack than have to deal with the little, like, really sharp nubbin bit that you get on the stock model. A big flat VFO is much easier to pack. Oddly enough, something that takes up more space is oddly easier to pack than something that's just like a pointy thing that just sticks out that causes problems with a lot of packs. I don't know. Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, totally. And I'll find a picture of the shorty version, as I call it, the squat one.
Shorty!
Where I made it very wee and shrunk down the size.
Hey Adam, do you just take the VFO knob that comes with the truSDX and replace it?
Oh, look at that! There's it. Adam, you put the truSDX on a diet, bro.
Isn't it cute?
But also, like, I think we're looking at the work that Adam put into this, right? He repositioned all the toroids to be flat. Does everybody understand that? Like, the donuts can no longer be standing tall; they have to be flat to make that happen.
Have you guys seen the ones with the 18650 battery packs attached to them?
Did Adam make it?
Yeah,
no.
I think he also.
It's too big.
Well, you got to have 12-volt power, right?
Sure, but you don't need massive 18650s. These things sip power. You just need like 500 milliamp packs.
So Adam, actually, Adam, I would love to hear your thoughts on like a 3-cell LiPo. You like them still, right? You're pro LiPos, right?
Oh yeah, they have better energy density than lithium iron phosphate, and certain radios like the Mountaintopper just can't take 13 plus volts. So they certainly have a place. I use them all the time with the Mountaintoppers.
Right. So you get a nice little folded 3-cell LiPo, not LiFePo, LiPo battery. There's a myriad of chargers. They cost nothing to buy one. And then you can have a good battery source. Yep. Now you shouldn't be stabbing them with a trekking pole or anything you do in the field, because they will literally blow up on you. But they exist in such a smaller place than LiFePos do. But I think we know that. The difference is that energy density on a radio like the truSDX or a Mountaintopper literally kills. Like you can have a tiny little 3-cell and it'll last all weekend long and you're good to go.
Yeah, I use 350 milliamp hour packs for the Mountaintopper 3B, and that gives me about 2 to 3 hours. And it's like the size of a 9 old school 9-volt battery.
So Adam, have you seen the shops on Etsy that make a stuffed pillow that looks like that?
No, I haven't.
Like it's a fully like a bloated LiPo pack that's like a pillow. It's full of cotton. It's like a stuffed pack, and it's supposed to be like like a fully engorged battery pack. And I that is the model for that. It's great. Yeah, it's really cool.
That's hilarious. Incoming. So these orange 3D printed case ones on there, the rig hopefully looks somewhat familiar to some of you guys. It's a QDX, and I printed my own case, designed and printed my own case with a press on, press off switch, a 3S LiPo balance charge port, and then the 3S 500 milliamp hour pack there inside the case. So it's basically a self-contained what is that, QDX in a little plastic case.
So Adam,
that pillow is amazing.
Right. I feel like that is a pillow that could live in Adam's house. I feel like that's something that your partner would appreciate.
Yes.
I love it. All right. Adam, thank you as always for your expertise in the field and testing all this stuff out. A lot of, there's not a lot of people that do a lot of the stuff you're doing, particularly with 3D printing and all that goes into that. So that's amazing. So thank you.
I'm having a hell of a lot of fun with it. The Morse code paddles, for anyone interested, reach out to me. I have been selling via word of mouth and direct sales thus far. At some point, I will likely get them on Amazon, but I'm also still tweaking the design and just making it better and better with minor changes that I notice, but the average user probably wouldn't. Yet it still makes, in the end, for a better paddle. So if you want a $30 tiny paddle that functions a lot like the old Pico paddle, reach out to me.
There's
sorry. I'm building your I bought your NFET half-wave kit, and I wanted to know where do you recommend I purchase toroids for like your traps?
Good question. I've actually had decent luck just purchasing like basic Amazon toroids. Other than that, I bought a kit from a company called Amadon, a kit of a variety of sizes and mixes of iron powder toroids, -2, -6, and I think some others. But yeah, you should be fine even with just Amazon ones. I've had pretty good luck with that and have had them perform. close enough to what I expect for them to work fine for things like traps. The one thing you need with traps that is a little tricky with those, I have found that it does seem like you need silver mica capacitors for them to be consistent enough with their performance, but your mileage may vary, so consider that.
Still working on the 100-watt version with Dude.
Yeah, so Dude just kind of happened to be interacting with me at the right times, and I sent him some samples to play with, and then when I got the bigger toroids and more stuff to play with, I sent him some more. I don't know if he posted those videos yet, but bottom line is that I've got about 2,000 PCBs here sitting in the shop in front of me. I've got 100 of the toroids. They're much more expensive than the FT240s. They're almost $5 a piece, even when I buy in large quantities. So but they're about 3 times the mass of a 240 times the physical size. They're about the size of 2 FT240s stacked. And from what I can tell so far, they will be more efficient than stacked 240s and should be able to handle 100 watts. So got to do some testing and figure out the optimized design, but kits will be coming soon. I actually do have all the parts in-house for those.
Oh, neat. What would you recommend for somebody that was running a QDX with one of your antennas?
For an antenna?
Yeah, because they're all FT8, right?
Remind me what bands the QDX does.
Samuel Gresser, thank you so much for subscribing.
What is it? 80, 40, 20,
30.
15? Yeah, 30 and 50. It does 60 too, but
yeah. So I would say I would prefer the end-fed half wave in an inverted L orientation, and I'd probably go ahead and use the 20-watt kit.
Okay. So yeah, right, because FT8 tends to saturate the smaller toroids.
Yeah, it's pushing it a bit harder, and depending on what voltage you're running and how effective your QDX is, it could be putting out solid 5 watts. And the 20-watt kit is probably going to handle it a little bit better.
Okay, thanks.
I've run it on the QRP kit, and if you're not like pushing it every cycle and you kind of check the temperature here and there, it could probably handle it with a decent duty cycle too.
Oh, okay. So are you running yours on 9-volt or 12?
I went with the 12-volt version, and I'm running with the 3S LiPo that's built inside the rig there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm running. I built mine with 9-volt, and I think the one that TO did, I think we're both running 9-volt, which I've got some really small 9-volt batteries that will power the thing for hours. I don't know. To me, that was a fun kit to build, and it's just a hell of a thing to play with.
Yeah, it's pretty dang cool. The only computer, air quote, that I've used it with is actually just my Android phone with the FT8 app, and it controls it just fine. It's pretty dang cool.
Yeah, I run mine with the Jankopotamus. And the thing is, like, one of the contacts I made, like when I was first getting it set up, and I'm only getting about a watt out, I got an FT8 contact with Hawaii with it. So from Texas to Hawaii is quite a haul.
Yeah. All right, let me jump in here. Anybody that's been waiting to ask a question for Ham Radio, now is literally the time. Jump in, ask the question.
Yeah, kind of goes with what you were talking about, maybe.
So I saw Shane first. Let's go Shane, and then we'll go up to Aaron.
Yeah, hey Josh, good to see you.
Yeah, man.
I got one of those Jankopotamus laptops. And it works so good for what I do. Hey, I actually got to get it. Yeah, it works really good for what I do.
Okay. So good. Okay. Good. You have a question?
Oh yeah. No, I just wanted to share that with the Jankopotamus on FT8, like Dawn was saying, from Texas to Hawaii. I worked Lexington, Massachusetts 2 nights ago from my car in my driveway with 10 watts.
And Shane is in Southern California like me. We're neighbors, basically. So pretty good. Pretty good.
Neighboring counties.
Pretty good. Right on. All right, let's go up to Aaron. Aaron, do you have a question, man? Let's go for it.
All right, can you hear me okay?
I can, bud. Let's go.
All right, I have a question about FT8. We have a school club, and I'm trying to get it running on a 991A. And it was working pretty good for a while, and now I'm getting an error message about the sound. I forget the exact thing. It's about the sound going out, and anything I've Googled on it is showing that it's most likely like RF getting into the USB cable, and it suggests to use a USB that has the toroids on it, and I've tried that, and I just don't know where else to go with it. Any suggestions?
Yeah, what kind of antenna do you have on it? First of all, let's talk about the whole station. Give us the whole 9 yards. Go for it.
All right, yeah, it's a 991A, and we built a 40-meter dipole with the students and put that up, and it's cut pretty good. Not much SWR on it.
With a balun or just a straight coax dipole?
Straight coax.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just we go into the computer, USB, and running that like that. And like I said, it works a lot of times, and then a lot of times it doesn't.
Do you have any kind of grounding at your station, or is it just kind of like make it work kind of thing?
Well, it's an old building, and so the grounding is it's not that great, probably.
Sure. Okay. So let me ask you this question: when you're transmitting on FT8 on 40 meters, does it transmit for a couple of seconds and then complains that there's a dropout kind of thing?
Well, like I said, sometimes it'll go through and I can have it make a whole contact, no problem at all. Mm-hmm. But then other times it'll start, and like you said, maybe a couple seconds, then it'll cut out and give me all the errors, and I'll have to usually shut down WSJTX or even shut down and restart the computer. But it can keep hearing the stations; it just won't transmit. But it says the card is not connected, but right. It'll keep hearing it.
So where are the ferrites in this whole chain? So you actually do have ferrites installed on the coax, or where are they at?
Well, it's on the USB cable.
Not on the antenna, but not on the antenna?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
So,
is it woo, hold on. There's so many people talking right now. Hold on. So is it possible for you to get onto like the roof and add like a ferrite right at the feed point of the antenna?
I'm sure we could, yeah. It wouldn't be a problem.
Or before you commit to all that, put a ferrite right at the feed point of your radio and see if that helps you at all. Right? Because there's like, well, yes, I'll get to all the comments. Let me just talk directly for a second.
I got one too.
Yeah. Wait, I think we got 8 people that want to talk to you, man. So you better get ready. Hold on to your hold on to your butts. So you could probably, just my point of view, you can probably add a ferrite on both sides, the feed point side of the coax or the radio side. But there's a point where the coax enters into the building, and that's generally where I try and drop off all that common mode current. Right there, just drop it to ground if you can. Not necessarily something you can do as a teacher with a ham shack type setup. So I get that. So first, what have you tried in terms of reducing the RFI first? Before I let people at you, because there's a lot of people who want to talk to you.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure. I tried spacing away, as far as I can from the radio, the computer, but other than that, I just wasn't sure where to go with it.
Okay, so you haven't had ferrites to any of this. Toroids, ferrites, otherwise you haven't done anything, right?
Right, just on the USB cable, like it suggested.
Okay. USB cable is a good place. You probably still have to do that because you're doing digital modes, but you probably still have to do it on the RF chain side of it. So, okay, a lot of people want to comment. So let's go down the list. Who wants to add a comment on that? Go for it.
More ferrites, the better.
All right, I saw Matt. Matt, you're first. Go.
I actually had the same experience. I just got a 991 Alpha. My issue was that I bought a cheaper cable off of Amazon, and it didn't work right, to where it would be the signal to the computer would be intermittent.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I went and bought a decent Amazon Basics one, and it worked perfectly. And I actually had that exact same issue.
Okay, I'll go to the land down under to one of my favorite people, VK Steve. Go for it, bud.
All right, so what you do is you bite the bullet and you buy as many ferrites as you can afford, because you are going to need so many of them. There is so much stuff that just spews out noise on the spectrum, man. So what I'd do is I'd just buy a box of general, different kinds of ferrites for everything you've got. Put them on the RF chain, put them on your USB cables. I don't know what you're into with other stuff you could put them on, but, your fridge. Just as many ferrites as you could get the ferrites.
I heard that we need to buy a lot of ferrets, so a lot of small mammals. We got to put them on the coax feed line. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah. So what you do is you got to run it from one end to the other end through the ferret, and
that's it, bud. Right on. All right.
How do you know when the ferrets cook?
When they got no hair left, I'm guessing.
No, Matt, you'll smell it. Don't worry about it.
Smell it. All right, very good. Anybody else want to jump in there?
Yeah,
oh my God! All right, so James, let's go. James, go James.
Well, I've had the issue with my QDX, and the guys on Toad's Discord told me to coil my USB that was like 6 foot long, coil the end closest to the radio, go into the computer, and that seemed to cure my problem. But we are talking 5 watts versus 100. So
good point, though. Good point. Yeah, 100 watts will generally expose a lot of the weaknesses of your system. So under James, Jeff, you got a thought? Go for it.
Yeah, actually, Kate MRD did an excellent video on the USB cables.
Jeff, I did a really good video too. I don't know if you saw my video, but it was really good too. I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah, no.
I'm just kidding. I don't care.
I dropped Mike's video in the chat.
I know.
Yeah. So he's got Mike had a great suggestion with that.
Yeah.
Getting some really high quality, get a high quality USB cable to hook up to the rig. I had this problem with my 897 at field day, and particularly on 40 meters. And yeah, it's feeding back and down the line. There's no doubt about that. One of the other things you can do, the ferrite thing is correct. There's a kit. Wireman sells it, and I'm sure others do too. But there's a kit where you can actually make. It comes with, I don't know, I think it's like 50 of those little beads, and a piece of coax wire, and you can actually make your own choke with them. It's not too expensive either, so
yeah.
It's,
So,
all right, 6-inch PVC pipe, 6 turns.
The ugly balun.
The ugly balun, yeah, that's another option.
So,
but I think both of those are you want to tackle it both ways,
I this is one of those situations where I'm like, spend a little bit more money, get better product. The Amazon ferrites and toroids you buy are not that great. They actually aren't. I've done it. I've tested it. I put it on video. The Palomar Engineer ferrites and toroids, for whatever your application are much better. They're much more effective. You're probably going to have to go down that road, but I love all the people that are talking about this. So is there anybody else who wants to jump in there? I want to hear your thoughts. Go for it. Who else is left? Do we get everybody?
Palomars are not overpriced.
Palomars aren't overpriced when you think about it. If you're buying the full kit, or you're buying appropriately for what you need, they're not cheap.
The sample kit's like $95, and you get
they're
all
not,
the right.
Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not giving them away, but they are better than anything you buy on Amazon. The problem with Amazon, and this is why Palomar is better. So with Palomar, even the clamp-on ones, you can still wrap the cable 3 or 4 times through the clamp-on before you close it. And that is what you want. That is what adds that attenuation to the line. That's what takes all that common mode and kills it if you have that problem. Generally, from my experience.
Sorry, I had a comment or a question and a comment.
Nope, Shane, too late. Too late.
Oh, come on, man.
Go ahead, Shane, man.
Can I just add one more thing on the ferrites?
No, let Shane go, and then I'll let you go, Tom. Or
Steve,
I had
say, how many watts is he running?
He said 100 watts.
100 watts? Okay. Because I'm only doing 10 on my 705, and I had the same issue with the USB cable. And granted, 705 is micro USB, but I got some of those ferrites off of Amazon. I know they're not great, but I did like 6 turns of the USB cable at the feed point into the radio, and it worked fantastic.
It will do that. All right, Steve, 1,000 apologies to say Tom versus Steve.
Sorry.
Look, man, we're not that different.
No, but 1,000 apologies. You are not the same. I know that. So
1,000 apologies. Thank you very much, good sir. What I'll say about ferrites is buy the good ones so that you don't have to buy them twice.
Right. Yep. Please. Trust me on this. As someone who's bought a ton of those Amazon ones, like, I'll just add more. Nope. It's not the same. It's really not the same. So.
Yeah, I had a question when I can.
David, yeah, question. Floor is yours, man. Go for it.
Couple questions. One, as far as kits go, I was on 80 meters, and yes, I know 80 meters.
How dare you?
Right. And you know all the things you hear on 80 meters. But
I do. I sample. Yeah, man. Go.
I heard a couple guys just chit-chatting, and one of them mentioned that Heathkit, somebody is trying to resurrect Heathkit out in California.
So I've heard that there are actual. So it actually came out on this chat where everybody was like, "Hey, yeah, go buy a Heathkit." I'm like, I don't know if you know this, but you just can't like get a Heathkit. Like you can't just get an eBay Heathkit kit. Like they're really expensive. And they're like, oh no, there's some guy that's trying to like start reselling Heathkits. So I don't know anything about this. I don't know. Has anybody heard anything about this? This is all new to me right now.
Well,
and the chat exploded right now. Yeah. Everybody, the chat exploded. All right, here we go. I'm going to pull up these links. Here we go.
I don't know that they're doing radios. It's just thing.
Oh, that's we don't know that that's that's not an actual HF radio yet. That's them trying to like capitalize on merchant stuff. Or like an internet radio.
Well, I've heard that it is somebody actually interested in trying to resurrect the whole experience.
That's what they said about Radio Shack, Don.
Radio Shack still exists.
Shack.
Yeah, it still exists. Would you like me to show you what it is now?
Oh, there's some actual walk-in stores still if you're in the right place in the country. But
yeah, we got one here.
Yeah.
So we never had Radio Shack in Australia, but we had Tandy, and we had Tandy shops.
Oh, yeah.
Going to the Tandy shops, and now it's just JCar and Altronics.
Yeah, and everybody remembers the Tandy Radio Shack 80, right?
Yeah.
TRS 80?
Well, we have one here. They also sell furniture, and you can buy hardware there. So it's a hardware store, a furniture store, and a Radio Shack.
Yeah, I don't know.
Their packaging, you can see how that supposedly once clear packaging is very yellow in some of those things.
Hey, I have a question whenever you guys get a chance.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
Has anyone had time to screw around to the GT5R?
I know the GT3R.
So, Baofeng's basically new, supposedly compliant version of the UV5R.
Yeah,
mate, don't worry about the UV5R. The new ones are actually very spectrally pure.
Yeah, so the GT5R, I think, is sold by Radioddity, and it is FCC compliant. So if you care about that, it does qualify. The one I tested, at least, is a good radio.
Yeah, I'm going to Hawaii in 6 weeks, so I just picked one up because it was cheap. I don't care if I break it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. Yeah, for sure.
So my experience with the GT3R, which is a fairly similar radio, I think it's just got a smaller form factor, is that we were able to use it as a cricket ball and then still use it as a radio afterwards.
There you go. Yeah.
So the thing with the Baofengs is they are tough as guts until you get them near a drop of water.
Right. My friend sunk like 5 UB5Rs and they still worked afterwards.
Unless you get them next to a sticky wicket. Am I right, Steve?
So
they are inconsistent as
radio
all
projects that I'm thinking of doing.
Some of them are good, some of them aren't. Some of them can get dunked, some of them can't get missed it on.
For $26, it's like whatever. I just needed something cheap and portable for my trip.
I would go cost adjacent. Like I don't know that that's it doesn't get you a better radio. It's the same thing pretty much. If you get a UV5R or GT5X or whatever it is, really it doesn't matter.
Is there any chance I could get opinions on a radio project I'm thinking of doing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go for it, Steve.
So I'm thinking of building a manual antenna tuner based on one that I saw on VK3YE for my BitX40 because I want to start going out doing QRP. I got my motorcycle license on Thursday and I just want something that I can chuck in a backpack, get out on a bike, go to the middle of Whoop Whoop Tangambalanga nowhere. And I'm thinking of building a resistive bridge.
Say that one more time.
And then putting a light.
You're going to have to post.
Yeah, so why can't it just be a resonant antenna? Why does it have to be a tuner? Why yeah.
Because I want to be able to tune around a bit, you know? Also, maybe not even put a tuner in. I'm thinking of just putting a resistive bridge in so that I know that my SWR is fine, because I just want something light that I can throw in a backpack. And the tuner is just in case something goes wrong and I need to tune up. But,
RFCG4G. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know, man, because I'm always team resonant antenna if you can get that. Like, you can build an NFED. What are you thinking of putting up for an antenna that you need a tuner, a manual tuner?
I'm thinking either NFED or I might just build a dipole, but I'm really not sure. The important thing is I also want to be able to just bridge right across the antenna tuner. It's more about the SWR bridge, so that I'm sure that I'm not. If something goes wrong, a light will come on.
Oh, interesting.
Like, remember on those old CB radios where they have the SWR LED on them?
Yeah, you got the short to ground light coming on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like why not just do NFED half wave and go nuts? Out there, you're gonna be good with an NFED half wave. You don't need
132-foot wire.
Yeah, but it's gonna fit in a tiny little side pouch. What radio are you gonna run?
BitX40.
Yeah, you're fine. You're gonna cram a BitX40 in the side saddle on a motorcycle?
Easy, mate.
Oh, then yeah, just use an NFED half wave and go nuts.
Yeah, look up
right. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me. Yeah.
Look up the DK3IT Delta Kilo 3 India Tango DK3IT tiny SWR meter. You can order PCBs for that, and you can order the parts from a bill of materials. And it's a really cool little just mini LED SWR meter. I built one into an MTR3B, so that should give you an idea of how small it is.
So what I'll say about that is I am on a very restrictive budget at the moment, and I've got an antenna tuner if I wanted to use that. I want to build something, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what if you just built an NFED half wave and get on with it?
That could work too. It's more about the fact that I got this radio from VK3YE and I want to modify it.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to modify the radio. You're talking about an external tuner anyway, right?
Yeah, but I want to put the light in the radio just so that it could be like a warning. Oh, shit, dude, you're running too much SWR, bro.
Mm. Well, somebody's got to jump in there then. I can't comment on that. Anybody?
I'm with Josh. I do. And hey, can you post what you just said? The whoop whoop something something into the chat so that I can copy and paste that somewhere.
Live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, live stream.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the best BFE comment I've ever heard.
Yeah, if you're gonna be like motorcycle mobile, I feel like go nuts with an NFED. I don't know.
I tried to activate a POTA today with an NFED Cartena Artemis, and it's tiny. I mean, there's no downfall to that, and it was tuned for 40 meters and worked great.
Also, I've got my Australian antenna launcher, which I am just dying to try out.
Is that like a crossbow?
Is that like a bazooka?
No, so it's an Australian rules football with with a wire hanging off it.
Got it.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I can kick a footy about 50, 70 meters, so I reckon I can get it up in a big tree.
That's funny. I like it. Yeah, so that's a whole world that Americans don't understand. Like, I think Americans know what rugby is. We know of it as a concept, but we don't know like Australian rules football. That's a totally different thing. Like a totally different animal.
If you want to understand Australian rules football, just Google AFL Speckies.
Because there you go. That's how you do it.
Now, a specky is fantastic because in AFL, you're allowed to jump on someone else to catch the ball.
Could you imagine in American football where you could jump on the receiver to catch the ball off of them?
Yeah, they usually call it
pass interference.
Yeah.
Sounds like the old blitz football games.
Sounds like XFL. Remember XFL? Anybody? You remember that?
So, I'll send it in live stream. That's those are called speckies. Now, in AFL, if you catch the ball and don't drop it and it doesn't bounce, that's called a mark. Now, a specky is where you jump on someone else and get a mark.
The live commentary on that one.
Yeah, we have Indians at work that will just literally watch cricket, and the damn games go for days. It's
Some of
not
them
like
are
it's
like
hours.
they're like all weekend long. It's like a full tournament that goes just nonstop, and that's actually how I learned about beetle nut. Do you know what beetle nut is?
No.
Some awful STD that you discovered a few weeks ago?
No. Beetle nut is like this crazy addictive nut that they break up and chew and spit, and it's like bright red. And it's gotten banned in many places in India because of the spit, the color of the spit, and it stains the concrete. It's like they literally put like an acid powder on it, and then they sit there and just chew it. It's kind of like American. It's kind of like American chew, like long tobacco kind of chew. But that's like and the reason why they can do it is because it's not a smoke vapor, so they can go and just chew, spit, and do whatever while watching and betting on cricket for all weekend long, and it gives you like an upper. It's almost got like a caffeine effect to it.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's wild. Wild beetle. Look up beetle nut. Anybody watching this, look up beetle nut on YouTube. It's a wild story.
The games one game can actually go for days. So
I know, it's crazy. Yeah.
And that's what always gets me is like they'll watch. I've seen them like sit at work and watch cricket and they just watch the score, but they'll be on it all day and then they're leaving and the game is still going on, and then they come back and that same game is still running. And it goes 2 or 3 days. I don't know how you could even stand to watch it.
Well, that's how we feel about baseball.
Yeah, me too. I don't watch anything but golf.
I think that that's even worse, mate.
I got wrecked on baseball. I got to tell you my baseball story. So, I grew up as a common American, Dodger baseball. Go to Angel Stadium. I'm in there in the stands with everybody. Dad gets you a hot dog, and I'm like, "Thank you so much, Father, for this glizzy that you have provided for me." Then I met my wife, and because of what she does in the world of commerce, people are throwing us box like tickets, like box seats. So I'm getting like box whatever for games, baseball games. I've gotten Angels specifically, and so I'm literally like going into. It's like a hotel room. You take a little key and you scan into it and you walk in, and I can literally. This is the craziest thing about this whole thing. I can take some doors and I can close the doors completely to the live baseball game, and then I can just watch the game on a television, which just cracks me up because it's like we're literally watching the game that's played. So we knock all that down, open it all up. But then at the same time, like they got all the food, all the beer, whatever. It's like right there. And then I'm looking at my wife and I'm like, I don't think I can ever sit in the stands again after this. Like there's no way that I can ever just go back to like, yeah, I'm now going to sit in a chair with everybody. With that said, I have been gifted a ticket where I can go sit in an area where you have like a waiter, I guess, for going to a baseball game, and they're literally waiting for you to like put your hand up, and they'll get you whatever you want. Like baseball is crazy right now because you hang out there like for 5 hours, like watching people crack a ball around, and you're like, yeah, give me more beers, and I want a hot dog and some horrible nachos and all that stuff, and I'm going to pay an incredible fee for all of that. It's just the whole thing's wild to me. Yeah,
it's not that bad at a live game. They go really quick.
On baseball, baseball is not quick. Baseball is not quick. Baseball's not quick.
And
Come
it's
on.
boring as hell.
My wife hates when I watch baseball.
My wife.
But no,
My wife.
But when we came back from Dayton, we hit the Reds Cubs game in Cincinnati.
Oh, that sounds like a good game. That sounds like a good game.
And it wasn't expensive. It wasn't expensive. It was pretty cheap, and we had like damn good seats for like $50 a pop.
Sure.
I mean, I was like, because Wrigley Field, where we were sitting, if that was at Wrigley Field, it would have been like $500 a pop. But it was Cincinnati.
Yeah.
You
so
know,
you're in Cincy. Yeah. All right.
And it was, I mean, it was cool. Yeah, and the games go quick because there's stuff going on in between. Every 3 innings they're out raking, and then they've got the little races.
Jeff. Be honest. It goes fast in the sense that like time passes quickly, but a game takes a long time to go through. Like it's an actual long time. Like you're there for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, we were there for about 3.5 hours.
Okay,
yeah, 3.5 hours,
right.
maybe 4.
Yeah.
But the thing is when you're there, and because I know what she's talking about. When I watch baseball on TV, I watch the first 3 innings and the last 3 innings, and I take a nap in between, just like my dad did. I'm getting old. That's what
I feel like. If you go to a sports event, you take a nap. That feels like high intensity sport. Am I right?
Well, I'm talking about watching it from the couch, but there. You're just like, there's so much stuff going on, and and it's not just what's going on the field. It's what's going on the side. It's what's going, it's an experience that's different in park than it is watching it on TV. It's not the same. It's not the same.
All I know is that like the way baseball has changed since me being a young boy to where I'm at now, it's like all the wives decided it's like we should have a buffet in a room we can all go to and then get buffet food while our husbands watch this thing. And that's literally what has happened. Like like Angel Stadium, my wife will spend more time at the buffet that is like 2 rows from where we're at and just load up on God knows what. And it's like you come back and you're like, is the game still going? It's like, yeah, no, we're in the 7th inning. It's wild, man. The whole world is different. Everything's upside down.
I have gone. My dad used to have the same thing with the Cowboys games, and I couldn't stand it. Football's boring, baseball's boring. Like I said, the only thing I can watch is golf, because I appreciate the skill that's actually required. But football and baseball, I appreciate the skill. I just don't care.
I only like the high intensity of ham radio contesting.
I don't even do that, but
no, but I mean, like, I get it. I get it. I do. And by the way, I also respect golf, because that's like the concept of taking a little ball and hitting it with a hunk of metal at the end of a stick, and you hit it the same way every time, and you're consistent, is very, very respectable from my point of view.
Yeah,
playing golf is chill. If you watch it, I have a hard time respecting that.
Nah,
golf is a game, not a sport. Come on.
No, it's zen. It's zen watching golf. It is. There's a zen component to it. You got all those crazy announcers that are like, and then he hit the ball, and he doubled up. It was a dogleg 4, and he hit it for 3, and now he's on the fairway, but he's 5 feet from the green, so he could chip, or he's gonna. You know what? He's going for the putter. This is aggressive. What he's doing right now. But,
it is hard to call it a sport when it's narrated by jazz radio DJs.
See, I'm not the only one who drug my wife to a baseball game.
Mm-hmm. By the way, have y'all ever gone to a professional golf tournament?
No. Why would I ever do that?
Because I have.
No, golf is hard.
Pretty festive.
Like, by the way, everybody, the chat's exploding. Golf is hard as shit. Like, nobody's arguing that. Like, golf is really hard. Like, hitting a golf ball a couple of times really far, not hard. Hitting a golf ball that far every time consistently so you can count on it, so that you can put that ball in a teacup hundreds of yards away. Really difficult. Really difficult. That's the hard part.
And I think golf is fun to play. As I said, I think golf is fun. I've played golf. I actually used to play fairly routinely. I think it's a blast. Yeah. It takes a hell of a lot of skill, but I do think calling it a sport is a bit of a stretch.
No, you got to call it a sport. No, it's got to be. If you can call ham radio a sport, then you're calling golf a sport.
Well, I just spent like 8 hours contesting, and even that I think is a stretch. So
yeah, and
I'll call that a stretch too.
Yeah, look at any defensive linebacker, or not a defensive linebacker, but the guys in the front, the center, and all of those guys, and tell me that they're in good shape. I'm sorry, to me though, I don't know of a sport that has somebody like a John Daly in it.
You brought up John Daly.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. That man is like, we need a John Daly of ham radio. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We really need a John Daly of ham radio to completely destroy all the concepts of what like normal is. John Daly is an absolute machine. He'll eat a drumstick and one-hand drive 350 yards if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
John Daly is an absolute animal. Wonderful point. Don, I want a John Daly of ham radio. Who the hell is that? Yeah. I want that. I want it.
No idea.
I want it, man.
I heard him talking because he's flat naturally talented.
Oh, just insanely talented.
He said he was in the thing, or the 19th hole, if you will. One time,
because he's
hanging
drunk.
out with the
he
was hanging out with the other golfers, and they were all drinking, and Tiger Woods would come in and go, "Well, aren't you guys going to go out and hit a few?" No, we're good.
We're drinking.
We'll be up. We've got a tee off time at 11 o'clock tomorrow. We'll be fine. We don't need any of that. And Tiger would do all of this practice and all this stuff, and John would actually drink until like midnight or later, get up at 11 o'clock, go out, hangover, everything, and just be right spot on with his
that's
stuff.
That's like an anomaly. No one is a John Daly other than John Daly.
No, have you seen his kid? His kid's like that.
Okay, he's got good blood. That's two people out of like the entire like. You know what I'm going with this, Don.
Yeah, I know exactly why. That's why I bring him up.
Have you watched Country Club Adjacent? Have you seen those guys?
I think you pointed me at him one time.
So Don, I know that you don't like TikTok, I know that.
Mhm.
But they have a YouTube channel. It's called Country Club Adjacent. And one of their funniest things they do is like clowning on people on their backswing before they have done Jenner, they've done Trump, they've done John Daly, they've done everybody. They'll just go nuts on everybody. It is an amazing YouTube channel. Cracks me up. It's so funny.
Yeah. Aren't they the guys that did the video with John Daly and his son? They paid him
Yes.
$100 all.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes. Dude, so good.
Yeah.
By the way, everybody, like, here's my worst. I have to admit this. I love golf, but at the same time, I think we spend a ton of money making golf courses a thing. Like, that's water we could put into other things.
Oh yeah.
If it is completely retained water or reclaimed water, trash water that makes the grass grow, please put the signs up, put the billboards up. We're literally growing this grass with trash water.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people understand. They look at a golf course and they go, "Can we put an apartment here? Can we put like some low rent housing?" Which, by the way, I would support that. I have no problem supporting that. But I love golf. I think it's a great sport. I really do. I cannot say enough like how much I like the quiet that is golf. Golf, even in a small course, like you get out there and you're out there with your friends, even if you're drinking beers and all that, everybody's cracking off or whatever, but there's moments of silence that you can't really replicate in the suburban like sprawl that golf brings. So I really like that for young people because they can't always have that.
Yeah, I live in a community, basically a country club community, and so
you're just getting cracked in the head with balls all the time.
I don't live close enough. I'm a block
I'm just
and a half
kidding,
away.
Todd. I'm just kidding.
But anyway, no, there are houses. I mean, the big selling houses here are the ones on the course. I don't know why, but whatever. And but what I was going to say about you brought up the water thing. Well, we actually there's no HOA or any of that crap here, but one thing is the city limits us in the number of rain barrels that we can put out because we're only supposed to capture a certain amount of rain. There has to be enough rain that gets into the creek, and all of the water rights of the creek belong to the country club, and it's for the golf course. And yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, what are you saying? And they even have a dam right as it exits our deal, and that water's dammed up for miles back, basically to keep the country club watered.
So here's the hammer.
Country club was annexed by communist China.
So here's a ham radio question we got in the chat. Question: I watched a video that a guy makes something called a man pack. It's a military style ham radio setup in a pack. What are your thoughts? So I'll let everybody go. Anybody want to talk about man packs? What are your thoughts are there? And then I'll talk about it. Go for it.
I have a question whenever y'all get through with this too.
Nobody wants to talk about man packs? No one? Okay. I'll talk.
Batman packs?
They're a touch impractical, Josh. Or do you have a direction you're going with this?
Yeah.
Sorry, I took out my earplugs. What were you saying?
My man pack's too hard to draw.
Wow, thank you, VK5 Tom. Thank you so much. That is a good Friday night. Thank you so much. A man pack. Thank you. Okay, so here's the problem with the man pack. I believe that ham radio, or any radio, and that's the problem with a lot of this stuff, is that we're like, oh, we got to do ham radio because ham radio is the thing that lets us do the thing we want. No, that's true, but in an emergency, you can do whatever you want. With that said, man-pack radios generally take up a ton of space. Like Tech Prepper, for instance. We already talked about Tech Prepper. Look at the space that radio takes up. He's got the side grills on it, and he's got the protective case on it, all that stuff. That is like a significant portion of your pack. So if you're like, oh, I've got a bug out bag and I put a radio in it, it's like, okay, cool. So what's in it? Oh, it's this 891 that I put in there, or it's some kind of VHF, UHF. 50-watt radio or whatever. The problem is that like it significantly decreases your capability of carrying things like food and bullets and everything else that you might need. To me, HF radio in a true emergency sense is a nicety that you're probably not grabbing if you have to like bug out. If you have to bug out, you're probably not grabbing HF is kind of the point I'm trying to take. Well, with that said,
man packs are designed to be carried by the comms guy who is in a unit of other people with special skills carrying other gear.
Sure. But I mean, you know this, Evan, like all the people that are making videos about this are not doing it to be part of a crew. They're all lone wolfing it, right?
Right, which is why I said it was impractical.
Right.
To take up that much space and weight on solely a radio setup is incredibly memey and impractical for ham radio.
So you're gonna hump all that gear into the nowhere, and you're like, okay, well I got radio capability. The best thing you can do in that case is just go light. Get HF if you want to. Go QRP if you truly think it's SHTF. You don't need 100 watts. You don't even need 20 watts in most cases. But also at the same time, who are you talking to outside of your like close-knit region? I argue you don't need long comms. If it's like truly a disaster situation, government meltdown, Red Dawn type stuff, I don't want to blast my comms across the country. There's no way I want to do that. I want to talk to like the local people. I want to get an assessment of who's here and work with them. So I'm generally going to be on like VHF, UHF, on whatever, standard, ham radio, GMRS, even CB. I would look into that. So I don't know. It's okay. So here's the word I'll use. We're getting into LARPing town a little bit with radio. Like people are starting to talk about hypothetical situations in the form of like we're preparing for it because we're so deep down the rabbit hole we can't not prepare for it. That's LARPing. That's like a paranoia level that you're justifying your paranoia because of like if I don't do this, I'm unprepared. That is a problem when it comes to radio, from my point of view.
Next stop, Larpsville.
Where am I going to go? I'd rather fortify at the home.
My wife is literally talking to me off the side here. Evan, go ahead. Were you going to say something? Go ahead.
No, I said next stop, Larpsville. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. There's a nerdy part of me that the man pack thing is somewhat appealing to, but at the end of the day, it's a lot more practical for me to just put a 705 in a backpack than it is to carry a big, chunky man pack radio system around with me. Those were designed for a specific purpose. It's designed where you have a comms person and that is their sole job. Maybe they carry a sidearm or whatever, but they're not also your door kickers. They're not also your heavy, machine gunners.
That's a good point.
That's their job. So you're not going to venture out into Nowheresville with 80 pounds of radio gear on your back, because then what are you going to do other than radio?
Yeah, that's a really good point. That if you're the comms guy, you're probably not all the other things. The problem is that like a lot of these YouTube channels are talking about how like, oh, you can be the comms guy and do everything. You're going to be the forward observation guy. You're going to be the guy that gets all the information back home because you're going to set up a field expedient antenna for NVIS and all this. And they talk about like moments in time that you make all this happen. Anybody that's a ham knows that no one is setting anything up field expedient in the form of 5 minutes. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. And you can't be that guy and also fill all these other roles and also sustain yourself just humping stuff into the backwoods unless you're like 25 years old, which I gotta say, like most of us are not. And most of the people that are LARPing in this world, that are starting to LARP in this world, are also not. So it just doesn't exist. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Field like super survival ham radios. Okay, well. Oh, my wife is off chat.
I think there's some.
My wife is literally off
merit in
chat yelling at me right now. Sorry, Evan, go ahead.
I think there's no. I was just gonna say. I think there's merit in discussing field expedient portable for preparedness. I don't have any issue with that. I just you have to consider how much of your available real estate and ability to haul things is going to be consumed by radio. That it's not practical to bring 100 watts of radio, 40 amp hours of battery, big honking antenna. That's never going to, in the situation you would find yourself taking radio
and
out
food.
There out of necessity besides fun. Yeah, you'll also need food. You'll also need protection. You'll also need shelter. All that is paramount over radio. Radio should be part of it, but it shouldn't consume 90% of your weight load when you take it out with
ammo.
Yeah, ammo is going to be ammo, water, food, shelter. That all that stuff takes precedent. Radio should be, a few pounds of that.
Camping this weekend, and it was kind of an eye-opening. This 705 basic antenna, small solar panel, and a battery. And I'm like, This is a ton of space. This is basically an entire backpack just for this.
Yes.
And
I'm
like,
same setup, and it
wow.
consumes most of my normal backpack that I would normally carry like a snack and a drink and my work laptop and a couple books. My 705 consumes a backpack of the same equivalent size. And
I understand that 705 isn't the smallest radio you can possibly get, but it is the one that is touted by a lot of these kinds of folks that we've been talking about as a very good radio for all of this stuff. And it is a very good radio. But even a smaller setup, again, it's like, unless you're just ultralight, truSDR type style thing, in that case, I don't know what you're
Meiji, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. So that's part of the problem. By the way, I love the Tech Prepper. The thing I love about the Tech Prepper is no, I will literally run in the Arizona heat, and I will show you how this is possible. The problem is that he's like Alpha Chad level. Like the Tech Prepper is kind of like Alpha Chad of ham radio, right? Like you're talking about people that are going to go and have a backpack that is just full of a bunch of comms gear. I'm not going to challenge him, but where does your first aid fit in? Where does your 500 rounds of 5.56 fit? And where does the food fit? And are you going to ruck that into the space and then also have a sleeping situation or sleeping solution? You're literally looking at 40 pounds of gear for all of that, including comms. And you're talking about a full frame radio.
What radio do you put in that 23-pound pack? I feel like it's probably one of your ultra-light, tiny little kit radios, or maybe a mountain topper.
No, let Adam go. Are you there, man? He might be off.
Sorry,
he's
Adam.
typing.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem, right? So let me go back a step. If you want to be self-sufficient as a backpacker and go in the field with ham radio, that's totally doable. And I would argue that you should consider CW. You'll be very proficient and you'll get more output for the weight that you're carrying. You'll be much more efficient, particularly for weight. But when you start factoring in comms that you have to deal with in a war zone type situation, which is what a lot of these channels are doing right now, all that other stuff comes on board. Now you're talking about carrying your primary weapon, maybe a secondary weapon, all the ammo that goes along with that, whatever else that you have to draw into the field to sustain yourself. So you're talking about bedding capability, whatever, all of that. You're talking about 40, 50 pounds, maybe more of equipment that you have to carry, just schlubbing it out there. I'm not saying you can't improve upon that. I'm not saying you can't make it easier or better. I'm just saying that's the loadout. That's the standard loadout type of situation.
one of the things that these guys are putting out there,
can smell you being naughty.
all these things that they brought from the Army experience, it's based on platoon and company. It's not individual.
Right. So
there's a team involved.
So I would, if somebody came back and said, no, I was a forward scout, I did all this stuff because I was a forward looker, forward surveillance, forward observation, whatever. I was literally drawn in air support, that kind of guys. They're probably not running the like HF radio capability type rigs, right? They're probably running like a satellite job, maybe VHF, UHF.
If they're calling for fire, they're talking to F-16s and Cobras or
they're not talking
stuff
directly.
like that.
They're not necessarily talking directly.
They can now.
They can, but they're not necessarily talking directly, and they're probably not bearing all that weight and dragging that all out there under that whole system.
Yeah, the call for fire though, they can call directly to an F-16 pilot. It does happen. But anyway.
But that's still a handheld. In that case, that's a handheld. That's not HF.
Oh yeah, we're talking about it. Yeah, HF is for headquarters back to higher headquarters back to the Pentagon.
Right. That's like status updates. That's not necessarily.
And that's done from AWACS style stuff like that. That comm trailer in the air. I'm not saying they don't have the other, but
trailer in the air. I love it. Okay, go ahead.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry.
please, go ahead.
So, if anyone wants receipts, DM me later. But my first job in the Army was an assistant RTO on a long-range surveillance detachment. And yes, I have jumped in entire HF equipment, including NIVIS packs, for a 3-week operation with about 14 to 15 pounds of nickel metal hydrate batteries. So yeah, we do actually take HF into the field.
Yeah, so who carried your food?
I carried my food.
Interesting. Okay,
for
so
3 weeks?
Yes, for 3 weeks.
How heavy was your pack? Wait. How heavy was your pack, all said and done?
My jump weight was 86 pounds. So that's how much the pack weighed on top of me.
Right. So you hit the ground. You got everything you need for 3 weeks, including HF. What did you use HF while you were out there?
Absolutely. Yep. 4 times a day, we'd make commo shots.
Well, I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think people.
We actually had dipoles that we would preset because we would use software to set up which.
Centeno Alexander, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate it. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Now, we would actually set up dipoles, and we'd actually mark on the dipoles with a little tag because we'd have to change frequencies between shots. So for all of our burst transmissions. So, yeah. It was something we did.
Is it fair to say you were probably in peak physical condition in your life in that point, and that a 90-pound loadout is not realistic for most of these people running these Instagram accounts?
It's not realistic for most Army guys.
Yeah, it's
and girls.
Yeah. Well, Evans actually met me in person, and so no, it's like to this day I couldn't do that. So
feel sorry for
Evan. That's what I was
Evan.
trying to say. I mean, mad respect for doing it at the time. That's crazy shit. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Not realistic for most of these people running these Instagram accounts.
Yeah, I just want you to know, like you're like the cutting edge of what's capable. Do you know that? I mean, do you acknowledge that?
I mean, it's not that unnormal to carry that
for people in peak physical performance at that moment in their life, at that age. You may not.
You weren't doing that in Afghanistan, even.
Actually, we were. But I was also in Afghanistan in 2004 when we were bridging the gap. Like, we weren't running wave relays and stuff now where literally guys right now, like, our 18 Echoes are literally just, like, in talk groups to, like, call for fire.
Oh, you're Special Forces.
I was not. We've met in person. I told you when I told you I was an enabler. That was...
Okay. You're an ancillary function, but still high-speed, low drag is what you're saying.
Back then.
You're the equivalent of the guys I talked to in Los Alamitos. I was the guy that got the seals to the beach because I was the boat driver. High speed, low drag, regardless, right?
Back then, not now.
Yeah. Well,
I just wanted to make the correction that no, that is actually a thing in theater to this day, especially now. We are actually going back to HF. Right now, there are Army units that are scrambling to retrain into HF because they've seen the denial of spectrum that's going on in certain theaters right now.
Yeah, but here's the reality of that. And so, by the way, I respect everything you did, and I respect your commentary, though. I still will push back and say, like, you were, like, peak physical condition, and everybody that's kind of like you are still, that are in that space are peak physical condition. The problem with going HF is that you're carrying all that shit with you. The reason why we went satellite and why the guy could just like pull out of his back pocket and put up a dish and like squeeze it out and burst a comm is because it was lightweight, it was high speed, low drag. But it's really easy to jam satellites. It's really easy to make satellites not effective. So for a lot of situations, HF is still way better in most cases. And the Army and many branches are going back to that.
I think where everybody's missing the point on this, though, when it comes to military, it is not an option. As a civilian, you have an option to say, do I want to carry this or do I not? But when you're in the military, it's literally, here's a 120-pound pack, and you're going to do this, and you have to. So it's a little bit of a different situation.
No, so I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the problem: we got a lot of people out on Instagram and YouTube, and they're telling people about this high speed, low drag lifestyle with radio that they can be in. And like, I'm just gonna go out there and I'm gonna have the same capabilities as our military. I'm gonna say I have the same capability as anything when I go out there. It just doesn't exist. Like,
you have to have a brigade behind you.
Well, sure, but the problem is, well, actually, I'll stop it there and say yes, you're right. That is part of the problem in that there are channels on YouTube that are talking about this like prepper comms lifestyle that you can just back yourself into and be like, oh, I'm fully comms capable in a disaster situation. And it doesn't exist. Like, that world doesn't exist right now. Like, they can't be fully capable right now. Like, there is no place that they can be understanding about RF, understanding how it works, understanding how to make contacts consistently. That's my problem. Consistently. To the person that they want to make that contact to. And be like, oh, yeah, no, we got it. Like, you can't. Non-licensed, you can't do it. You can't.
I was trying today to activate a POTA with a QRP radio that was easily portable, a QDX, easiest, computer functional. And I couldn't even make contact with the guy in Cuba that kept trying to get a hold of me.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you specifically know, hey, that guy really wants, he called me, and it just never happened on 40 meters. Everything was open for a bit, and then I didn't ever activate the POTA. It's the first time I've ever tried, but you're looking at a screen full of people, and you can't necessarily contact who you want.
That is directly one of the actual main motivators for them going to satellite communications, because you do have those situations where you need to get a contact back, and you over HF couldn't for whatever reason at that moment in that place.
Yeah, and that's why I say what I do about J-Star and AWACS and stuff like that. I'm coming from the Air Force side of my career, and they provide the Blue Star tracker or whatever, Blue Force tracker and all that stuff
to
support the tech.
So that's another good point. So a lot of the military folks, retired military now, they come out of there and they're like, hey, we used to just be able to point a dish at the sky and we could beam out whatever we wanted to do at that moment. Well, you don't have that as a civilian, right? Like, you don't have that capability. So you got two options. It's VHF or HF, right? And if it's HF, you're generally dragging more gear into the field. And if it's VHF, well, you still have a decent amount of gear, but it depends on what you're trying to do. If it's local comm stuff, well, then a 5-watt handheld's not a problem. But if you're trying to do like longer distance, or you're going to run a beam or whatever, then yeah, you're probably going to bring a mobile into the field. And all of a sudden, you're back to a place where you're humping way more heavy gear than if you were just like with a HT, for instance. Like the devoted comms guy is still a heavy load. I think. I don't know. Somebody pulled me off of this. Am I wrong? You still have to carry a ton of weight in addition to everything else you're going to carry.
Yeah, sure. But like I said, it's a no choice situation. You have to carry enough ammo for yourself. You have to carry your food and your clothes and the radio and your rifle for whatever mission you're on. But, don't forget the military, used Morse code for long distance. Most of the
That's
voice
all
stuff
gone though. They don't do that now.
Yeah, no, not now because you have satellite, but now they're not. Even then, when they were doing voice, a lot of times the voice wasn't like that long of a distance,
Yeah, I'm always questioning when I see these like videos come out talking about this lifestyle that they're gonna. I'm gonna have this lifestyle. We're gonna be high speed, low drag ham radio, and it just doesn't really exist when you
I
lay it out.
put this in the chat, Josh,
Yeah.
but correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the point we're trying to make is that if you can carry 50 pounds, 60 pounds, 70 pounds, a 100-watt HF radio man-pack style has no place in that. Is that fair to say? And you should be looking at, if you're going to bring it, it should be VHF, it should be QRP, it should be lightweight, because there's a limit to how much you can physically tote around with you, and that whatever that limit is, there's probably other things that are better served than bringing 100 watts of HF radio and the chungus of batteries and antenna that go along with that. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I mean, kind of, but like, I mean, we're even talking about the world where we're dragging out like full mobile radios on VHF, UHF, right? So that's like a considerable amount of weight. Like, I mean, Tech Prepper's doing that, and by the way, I have nothing against Tech Prepper. But like I kind of want to see the full loadout for him. I want to see the radio and the first aid kit and the food stuffs and all that. Like, how long is he going out there, right? And that would be a really good video for him. He's a good guy, but most people are not Tech Prepper fit. Like, Tech Prepper is very fit. So this almost becomes aspirational. Like, we're talking about like what could be. Like, if you committed your life to doing this thing, like, you could be like Tech Prepper, right? And he is that person. And he's talking about all these situations where he has a full rack 818 or a full rack 6000 Yaesu, VHF, UHF radio that he puts in a pack and he goes and does trail runs with in 100+ degree temperatures. Most people are not doing that, right? Like, we are well outside what most people are doing at that point, right?
That has a green, red, or Ranger tab attached to it.
Yeah, you're talking civilian. I mean, the thing is people are trying to mix up military and civilian together. Those are two totally way different things.
Yeah, but
And
that's
you
the
have to be
problem.
in peak physical.
But see, that's the problem is I think there's a lot of people who fashion themselves at being able to put a backpack on their back and just lone wolfing it out into the rough and think that they can like put up an offensive front or a defensive front and be able to completely self-sustain. That does not exist. That doesn't exist without communal help. It's not a real thing.
No, even in the military, you're trained to have to do that only in an emergency situation, and that's just to get back to
that's like
everybody else.
extrication.
That's if you get separated.
I literally saw someone. It was Evan right here. So even the C-Cell wasn't doing voice long range. So if everybody doesn't know this, C-Cell is Combat Survivor Evader Locator. It was something that was devised by Boeing. It was a hip pouch that went on pilots. It worked SATCOM, and it also worked line of sight comms. I literally worked in the same building where the ground station was for C-Cell. I can say this because I no longer work in Boeing, and it wasn't classified. With that said, C-Cell was a fantastic device. It was something that many pilots wanted on their side. It was a good device. It solved a lot of problems. It unified a lot of problems. It made getting help easier, but it also kind of like subterfuge the confidence of like actually what they're capable of being able to do with the radio. It just made them think they were doing more than they really could do. Regardless, it was still a profitable thing. No longer work at Boeing, but regardless. The thing is that thing weighed the size of like an ankle pouch, like a side hip pouch. Like that was the thing that got shoved in there. And that was the whole deal, right? You still had all your crazy little, airplane survival little dealies, like tiny little saw blades and knives and all that stuff. That's not really effective for being out in the field. And we're talking about people who, are watching these videos and like, oh no, I can do this. I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to go buy a man-pack radio. I'm going to load it up with food, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do my whole thing. Yeah, okay, like that's a fun weekend. It's a fun weekend to try it, but the reality is that like ham radio isn't necessarily that thing, but it's also, I don't know, where am I going with this? It's not necessarily going to behoove the situation that you're trying to do, I guess. That you're going to be in a place where you're trying to make a communication, and you can do it, but everybody's out there like, oh, I got to be encrypted, or I have to be, I got to be a private channel type world. That's the problem where we separate everybody out because it doesn't exist. It really doesn't exist. You can send encrypted messages over the air if you use like a computer application or whatever to create like a, an encrypted package, and you audio tone it, send it out. But that's, again, that's who's doing that? Why? Why are we doing that?
Go back to KX6ARK, what Adam just said. Who are you talking to then? If you're encrypting it, somebody's got to be able to decode it.
Yeah, I would agree. There's a point for all of it, right?
When
I don't know.
80-meter preppers lose their diabetes medication one week into lone wolfing it.
So that's my whole thing with all this is it's like, if I had a high-speed low-drag friend who is just like, yeah, I will hump everything out of the field. Like if I had an Adam that was fully high-speed low-drag, like I'm just gonna, I'll hump anything, I'll carry anything, I'll do anything in a field. And you're like, okay, cool. Well, the limitation of who we can talk to is literally he and I, or whomever is in our group. The reality I have is that like most people want to believe that they've done the forethinking of, oh no, I have a group of 5 people and we're gonna like to protect each other and we're gonna do all this stuff. Has anybody actually done that? Like, have you talked to your neighbors and worked out a comms plan? I'm just trying to get a comms plan at the neighborhood watch level, right? I just want to be able to like know their cell phone numbers.
Yeah, and your neighbors are not going to want to do encryption and all that other complicated and stuff like we probably like to do. I don't see any of that.
You're saying my neighbor wouldn't want to join the Smart Zone channel?
Oh,
I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying that it's like there's not a lot of people out there doing that right now. Like we're talking about aspirational YouTube. That's kind of the thing that scares me about a lot of these channels, is that like they're talking about what's capable and they're not really demonstrating it, and they're like, oh yeah, no, you can totally do this. And then all these people are like, oh yeah, that's totally what I'll do. Oh, my camera just died.
And
yeah, keep in mind that I don't know why people are so in encryption. Isn't it like still illegal to use it on ham radio? So like,
yeah,
why
it is.
would you even want to do it?
Because they argue that like in an emergency, who's going to stop me from doing it? right?
Um,
in a proper emergency, who's going to stop me?
Well,
you're not going to stop me.
Emergency. Why are you going to need encrypted radio?
The emergencies that are like that would allow that kind of thing would have to be worldwide, and to me, that is LARPing. Imagining that kind of a situation is pure LARPing.
But I mean, some of these channels are pure LARPing.
Yeah,
right?
They are absolutely. I mean, most of that stuff, even I've seen some of the Tech Prepper, even some of the stuff Julian does. It's like, I don't need to put myself into that situation. And if I were to go to my neighbors and talk about SHTF, they would think I'm the crazy guy in the neighborhood. And I would be
right.
No,
they would be.
You know what? No, I don't know. I mean, Don,
they're not wrong.
Last year, or a year before last, actually, you had a winter that you could literally just point to me like, yeah, we're preparing for that.
But that was Texas only. I'm talking about a worldwide SHTF.
Right. Yeah, sure.
No,
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And our thing only lasted 3 days, right? 3-4 days. It really wasn't months or anything.
But there was the damage. There was the damage that came of it, right? There was longer standing problems.
Yeah, but most of the infrastructure was back up and working in a couple of days, if it went down at all.
I don't know.
What's an SHTF?
Shit hits the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
it's gonna throw it.
It means something where it's such a big disaster that even governments have toppled.
Yeah, but even at that, all right, so you still have to have a goal that is fairly short term. How long do you really think you're going to survive alone?
Most
I
people
live
can't.
alone now.
So
you
that's
live in the woods with no medicine, no food, no
Yeah.
nothing.
That's
not,
the thing.
Not
that,
very long, actually, without medicine. No.
Exactly.
That's the reality that drives me a little crazy. And by the way, like I completely support Dave Canterbury and everything he's doing, because I think that it actually makes people like more aware of the fact that we are social animals. We live by decision, by our own decisions. We live in communities that prop us up and pseudo take care of us in the worst times of situations regardless, but we also appreciate people that are like self-sustaining and will offload that burden on the government or whatever by their self-sustaining capabilities, right? We all appreciate that. My dad lives in Big Bear, California. He's staying with me right now this weekend, but what does he do? He's got a lot of firewood. He's got a lot of food. He's got a lot of capabilities that if we're all barred from getting up to Big Bear because it's 6,400 feet and it gets snowed out, well, he can survive. And that's a personal preparedness because of where he lives or the realities of his life. That is kind of the best thing you can do, is just be prepared for what you have to expect. Now, where does radio fit into it? Well, radio fits into it in the sense that, like, yeah, sometimes radio towers get ripped off of hospitals. Radio towers get ripped off of whatever. And then ham radio operators can step in and say, like, I'm just there to bridge the gap because we're kind of good at that. To say that, like, I'm going to, like, lone wolf it into the field and I'm going to carry a couple of days worth of food and I'm going to sustain myself off of, like, now we're not even talking about trapping or the weight that goes into all of that. If you're going to, like, sustain yourself with trapping or fishing, all that, like, that's additional weight you're putting on top of living this lifestyle, being the commo guy, right? We're literally seeing people dramatize the idea of being the commo guy right now, like in an SHTF situation, which is kind of wild, like, if you think about it.
3 days isn't that bad. I mean, that's good training in a way. But like, if they're actually advocating that you're gonna take this pack and then go out into the wilderness somewhere and set you up somewhere to live off grid for the rest of your life to a ripe old age, well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but like 3 days, 3 days rucking. What are you running MREs on that? What, you got like 6 MREs?
And you could do 6. You could do 3 a day, or you could do 2 a day, whichever you personally want to carry.
Yeah, 2 a day is light. Like that's going light at that point. If you're rucking into the backwoods and you're carrying 90 pounds of shit.
I don't know what your MREs are, but standard military MREs are over 2,000 calories. So technically, you could live off of 1 a day if you had to.
Technically. But huffing it into the woods and evading and surviving, probably not.
Well, I mean, that's what they were designed
Well,
for.
more of a morale thing, I guess, at that point, but you could do it still.
Yeah, I mean,
you're going to lose some weight, but you'll be okay.
Again, now we're talking like the peak physical human being. We're talking like the Captain America of humans, right? We're not talking like the regular hammer operator that's watching these videos.
Yeah, that's why I think those videos are just complete shit. I mean, they're the 90% of their, well, probably 99% of their audience couldn't do what they're proposing.
But now keep this in mind: the only difference between a civilian and a military personnel is raising your right hand and signing some contracts, because you can do it. They'll make you do it.
Buddy, do you know the amount of training it takes to get someone into the military?
Yeah.
They are. Military people are not civilians. Those guys are built different, and they are trained that way.
Plus, I have better things to do than train that way.
I don't know. Apparently, I should be hanging out in one of those Australian concentration camps you Americans like to talk about so much.
It's not.
We do got them. You want to come? We got the Club OS. Club OS.
I think some people are confusing just standard military with special forces. Special forces is a whole nother ballgame. And yeah, that is special elite human beings.
Yeah.
But just an average military person, anybody can go sign up right now, and they will put you in shape. You don't go there in shape. Nobody.
I understand that.
Nobody disagrees with that.
Well, they wouldn't take me not in a heartbeat, because of all the drugs that it takes to keep me going every day. So
me too, buddy. Me too.
And there's 90% of us out here that are taking those kinds of drugs.
But at the same time, like even if you got a bunch of people that come out of there and like I come out of boot and I'm physically capable, they still have to hump a lot of stuff into the field, like at the end of the day, right?
Exactly.
And most people, like in this chat, in most ham radio chats, are not doing that. Like they're not. You know that.
We're all sitting on the couch, just like Josh isn't sitting on the couch, but sorry, I'm retired.
So, do you guys reckon 40-meter skateboard mobile is possible?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. With a dipole,
hamstick, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking like it's going to be difficult to build an antenna for it, but like I don't know, coil a wire around a broomstick.
Just use a hamstick.
Mm-hmm.
Budget, mate.
Well, a hamstick, you can build a hamstick on a budget, which is kind of what you're saying. A broomstick and a coil of wire at the bottom of the broomstick, and you pretty much have a hamstick.
Or like one of those fancy fishing poles. Yeah, VK3YE could rock 40-meter skateboard mobile.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
But yeah, the ground plane would be the thing that would. I don't see how you get a ground plane good enough to get a vertical to work.
You seen the size of me, mate? I'm pretty much a ground plane on 40 meters.
You are a ground plane. That is true. I've seen you.
Yeah, but it's the skateboard that I'm more concerned about.
I would buy that shirt.
Well, I'm at the point where I'm going to hop out here, so I appreciate
we didn't even get to the TV stuff, man.
So I did watch. I'll tell you the TV stuff. I did watch The House of Dragon, the first episode. Is there a new one? When did it come out? It came out recently, right? It had to have.
Josh.
Yeah?
Josh, did you see Between Two Hands?
Well, I was on it. I was there.
You have a lot of balls.
What's that?
And
I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So, Josh, have you ever seen The Sandman?
Like an older movie, The Sandman?
No,
or a new
no,
movie?
it's a series on Netflix.
No, I have not. Is it good?
It's a Neil Gaiman thing, and he's writing it.
Neil Gaiman.
And it's
why do I know that name? Where's Neil Gaiman from?
Neil Gaiman.
Neil Gaiman. He's a very famous writer of
No.
no, not
No, but he
Discworld.
partnered up with the guy. Yeah, he wrote.
He's written a lot of fantasy, and he's a very big writer from the UK.
I know that name. I don't know what that is, though.
He's written episodes of Doctor Who, good episodes of Doctor Who.
Okay.
But he's mainly he runs in the I can't remember. Terry Platt.
Sean Weiland is already in the chat saying the Sandman adaptation is awful.
Well, it may be awful, but the show itself is written extremely well, and the story. I never watched or read the silly comic books, but the show itself is just. I mean, I am so blown away every episode.
Yeah, he did Good Omens, and he did work with Terry Pratchett on Discworld.
Has anybody watched Game of Thrones though?
No.
The new
I'd
one?
have to subscribe to HBO Max.
I binge watched that, finished it in like a month, and we watched 10 episodes.
No, the new one, the House of Dragons, the new one. It just came out. Yeah.
Yeah, there's only I think one episode out.
I don't know how to feel about it because when I watched Game of Thrones, it felt weighty, like heavy, like everything felt heavy, and like all the indiscriminate house drama, like. There was entire episodes where half of the episode was on a specific house, and you felt why they felt they were valuable and needed and important, and they all of that, like it doesn't seem to be there with House of Dragon. I don't know. I literally saw a woman get chopped up to take a baby out of her stomach because she was pregnant on the first episode, but then I was like. This just feels like a thing we have to do because it's Game of Thrones and it has to be violent and aggressive. But it just doesn't seem to have that weight, the weight that the first series had. I don't know.
Trying to recapture lightning in a bottle.
Well,
it feels like that a bit. Yeah.
It's not. I mean, how many people do you think have read quote the books because it really isn't?
Oh yeah,
this isn't even based on a book. Really, it's based on an idea.
I admit, I haven't read the book. So yeah, the House of Dragon is not based on anything.
Yeah, and George R.R. Martin has even said that it's crap. So I really haven't had any desire to watch it. I didn't even watch season 8 because I heard that they ruined it so badly.
Okay, so here was homework 2 weeks ago. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Who watched it?
Oh, crap.
Nope.
Did you watch it? It is literally the best movie I've seen in 10 plus years. Straight up. You could just leave this chat and go watch Everything, Everywhere, All at Once and come back next week and tell me what your thoughts are. It is so good. It is one of the best things I've ever seen in a long time.
I mean, I watched the first episode of She-Hulk. It was kind of like, wait, is this the CW?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen C90 Adventures?
Is this C-Lab 2021 we're talking about, or what are we talking about?
No. It's a guy who took this old Honda C90 motorcycle and rode from Alaska to Argentina on it.
Yeah, that's possible.
Did you ever see American Gods?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another
Isn't that just called the Book of Mormon?
No, it was a show on, I think, Showtime.
All right, can I challenge you all to watch Everything, Everywhere, All at Once?
If you'll pay for it.
No.
What's it on?
I don't know.
It's not free anywhere. I looked.
Hey, Josh.
Or at least anything that I've got.
Yeah, have you looked on RU Tracker? I think they have it for free there.
I watched it on Red.
RU Tracker sounds.
Pirate Bay, RU Tracker. I think I have it for free on those.
But RU Tracker is a what is it? one of
no
those
one
download sites.
No one give their computer aids in my discussion on this. I'm just saying, if you can, next week I would like to talk about Everything Everywhere All at Once. Fantastic movie. Fantastic.
I'll be there.
I legit tried to find it, and I don't have a service that offers it. Yeah,
I believe you don't.
I just wonder how disappointed you were, Josh, in the House of the Dragon starting where it did and not getting Aegon's Conquest.
It was really it was a really long starting show, and we got all the way through it. And I'm like, we're literally just murdering a woman to get her baby out, and then the baby dies. It's like, holy smokes, that is. It's a whole hour and a half of nothing happens, and I'm like, there's no weight to any of this. Like, it just is. Yeah. No, yeah. He doesn't have an heir. Okay, good.
That's a very big trend lately in a lot of shows. I think it's because they just can't write and produce this much stuff. It's just a glut of everything. And so many shows now are just watching this guy looking for somebody for literally 10, 15 minutes. And there's just no script there.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Better Call Saul. I had to stop watching it. I'm told it got better, but just watching that guy look for somebody for 20 minutes and nothing's going on. And that's what I felt. That's what I felt about this show. Well, The Mandalorian is like that. And one thing after another, just over and over. It's just there's 5 minutes of script in a show, and
also think about the fact that it's a different atmosphere than Game of Thrones was in. And they're trying to write in that kind of stuff into this political.
They're trying to make it all mood because they don't have the script. They're not producing the script.
Yeah, the problem is that, and it's just like the reason I brought up the other show is because I want to see shows that are based on real works by real writers. And if the real writer, like in this particular case, in Sandman, the real writer is involved as one of the producers and writers of the show. And just like the same thing with Game of Thrones. George R.R. Martin had a lot of influence on the way it went and the way it was done. And you don't get good stuff anymore when it's a bunch of these idiots from Hollywood that barely know how to write their way out.
Right.
Yeah, you can wait. You can go absolutely the wrong way. I've worked in television for just about 50 years now, and not at the Hollywood level, but there is nothing truer than film is not a book. If it were, you just write a book. It's an entirely different thing. So it has to be converted. You can't make a 50-hour show that has everything verbatim. Right. So a lot of time when the writer has too much power, they are making bad television or bad film that's closer to what's in their mind as a writer.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I know because my wife was a writer. They cross train in pretty much in everything writing, because they're constantly trying to make money, basically. So I've seen there is a big difference in training and everything else that goes from writing a book and writing a script. And most of them know what they're doing. Different. Not all of them. Entirely different thing. And they're taught different. But writers are writers, and they can make good characters and other things that really make anything that's written shine. Because I've been in it too long. I've seen the difference.
They can't be,
and you guys do too.
You know what it's like. It's like at a very simplistic level, and I apologize for it. But if you want to tell a story, if you want to take an English novel and tell that story in Chinese, You don't literally say, okay, the first word is the. Okay, what is the in Chinese? You don't do that.
Right.
You have to reshape it. You have to find ways in that culture and in that language and that coding to get across the same feelings. But also the pace is going to be different. The presentations, is it going to be more or less visual? Is it going to have more conflict or less conflict? Is all this kind of stuff. It's an entirely different conversion of a story. And if you have somebody who wrote the book in English who says, no, the first word is the, tell me what the is in Chinese, then it just goes off the rails. So you have to have
Never
film
seen a writer
people.
do that. They're more about
All
the
right.
character
Whoa,
development.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay.
I'm wrapping up. I gotta go, guys. My dad's in town. We're going to Knott's Berry Farm tomorrow, so I'm gonna say 73 to everybody, and hang out. Please hang out. But I gotta go.
Have
All
fun. Take lots of
See you,
pictures.
Josh.
Show 'em to
Josh.
Well, I'm going to take lots of pictures because my kids are going to be on the roller coasters with my dad, and I'll take pictures.
Oh, you're not going to be on there?
I'll get in there, but hey. Anyway, all right, guys, take it easy. Love you. Please keep going. Also, watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's an amazing video.
Makes me rent it.
It's one of the best. It is the best thing since the Matrix, the first Matrix. Period.
Not 2 or heaven forbid 3 or 4.
One. All right, that's it. I will talk to you later. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
All
Can
right.
I ask you guys?
Liberty gibbets. Forgot about that.
Could you guys give me a recommendation for plans, an actual